Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals. My name is Aries, and I am joined in the Wisdom Gaming Studio by Caden. Caden, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I go to Tino Grace High School. Been playing chess for about a year. My first season in MNVL though, because I forgot to sign up for the Winter League. So, having fun here.
Yeah, that's great. Today, for the chess games, we are going to be swapping out players for the co-caster. So whoever is not currently playing a chess game will be joining me here. So we'll be able to see a wide variety of different talents and different players. So that should be a lot of fun. For today's format, we've got a bracket best of one. However, it is expected that some of those games will take a bit longer due to draws and whatnot. So it should be a pretty entertaining game. What are your thoughts?
I'm thinking this might be a bit of a sharp tournament. People are going to bring out their competitive edge, I believe. I know for sure that most of my teammates who have been practicing a lot, so our lowest rated players have been putting a lot of effort into actually getting good in their openings and their middle game strategy. So I think it's going to be an exciting tournament to watch, even from the lower seeds.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. And did you make it to All Stars, by the way?
I did, yeah.
Yes, I remember you. I remember you. I casted for that one. That was a fun
It's a bit
stream.
chaotic. Yeah.
But that was
It
a
was
lot of fun.
yeah, it was very much fun. I don't know. One minute's not my thing though. I,
Yeah. Yeah, that's all about All Stars, just forcing these
right.
good players to play games that are not competitive at all. We had Valorant players playing deathmatch and crazy game modes, and we had Rocket League players doing draft picks, and it's always just a ton of fun.
Yeah. It was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So how's your season been going so far?
Um, it's been going better than expected. I came in not really knowing what the skill cap was going to be, and I ended up getting fourth seed, which has been terrific.
Really? That's
Yeah.
great. Yeah. Awesome. Well, yeah, that's really good. We should be getting a look at the bracket here soon. But in the meantime, got any other juicy tidbits about the chess season to share with us?
Um, I mean, there wasn't really much drama because we're playing chess. It's not a very dramatic game. I know that two players that I played in the preseason are here actually. Hail Mary Henry and Orno Sam. Orno Sam beat me twice, and I think I'm gonna play him today also, which is gonna be fun. Meet up again. And Henry's just a good guy. I love Henry
Awesome.
so much.
Awesome.
He's
Well, that should be a good game to see. A bit of a grudge match for you then, huh?
yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what seed he's in?
Shoot, no, I forgot.
All
I
right.
think Sam is either 3 or 2.
Gotcha. So just a little bit above you.
Right.
All right. Well, I'll be rooting for you, man, from here in the casting studio.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. Um, yeah, we've got a super stacked day ahead of us, and I honestly couldn't be more excited. I've brushed up
Oh,
a
me
bit
too.
on my chess knowledge since last time. I've been playing a lot more. Um, yeah. I don't know how to do that. Oh, here we see the bracket. Show us your thoughts. What do you think?
All right, let's see what we got going here. TG, that's the wrong bracket. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm thinking our games that are going to be a bit sharp here. We got TG Nick, which is what we'll be seeing soon. We got a battle of the allies here with TG Max and TG Andre. I
Hmm.
know Andre is one of my teammates I was talking about. He's got some insane prep for Max. I don't think Max is going to be ready, so it'd be really intense to see an upset there. Um, about most of these other players, I'm not really sure in how they did this season. I could have done some more research, but fortunately I haven't. I know SJP Matthew, I think he's number 1 seed, and he's been really good throughout the entire season. So
Nice,
and
nice. Yeah.
seeing
Apple
what everyone
Valley
else is.
EJ, I know, made it to All
Mhm.
Stars, and he was a real dominant force
Oh
in some
right,
of
yeah.
those games.
Oh yeah.
So I'm expecting to see a good show out of him. Same with AP, but Jacob and Aiden. I mean, everybody on this list has made it to state finals for a reason.
Oh
So
yeah.
these should all be very entertaining games to watch.
Hope so. Hopefully I don't end too soon.
Right? Yeah. Um, so that's the bracket. That should be a lot of fun to watch. But now it is time to give a quick shout out to Torrent, our sponsor. Torrent provides MNVL with resources so that we can put on excellent streams and provide you with these amazing broadcasts. And in addition to that, they also allow our players to play for free. So huge shout out to Torrent. And if you're looking to pick up any Torrent merch, it's right outside here. I definitely recommend picking up some of it. I'm going to hit it up myself later today for sure. All right, and with that, we are about to head into game one here very shortly. Should be right with us pretty soon. But anything else that you're excited for? Anything else that you're looking forward to tonight?
I think Nick's gonna do well here.
Nick.
My teammate, TG Nick, the game we're about to see. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's gonna have a good time. Oh,
Yeah,
do I?
yeah. We've got a bunch of super exciting games today, and as I said, I've brushed up on my chess skills. I've binge watched the Queen's Gambit, which I don't know how much that'll help.
That's actually how I got into it. Actually.
Really,
Yeah,
really.
it did.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Some of them I've been playing chess with some of my friends who have joined the chess club, and I mean, I'm still nowhere near good at it, but I'd like to pretend that I'm better than I was last time. So,
Do you have a favorite opening choice?
I like the shoot, I forget. I don't know
Queen's Gambit?
the queen. I don't know what it's called, but the pawn in front of the queen, 2 spaces forward. That's
Pawn in front of the, yeah, D4. That
D4.
would be
Yep.
the Queen's pawn opening.
All right. All right.
That's
Thanks.
terrific.
Learning more every day.
Yeah.
How about
nice
you?
skills.
What are some of your favorite strategies / openings?
Ooh, I got a list. All right. So my favorite is the Italian game. It's
Mhm.
where the pawn in front of the king. That's the E file, and then you play E4, and you hope they respond with E5. There's a bunch of other little like sidelines they can do. They can respond with C6, which is the Karo Khan, which I find the most annoying, which Sam knows. I think he studied that for me. Yeah, he beat me. He 2-0'd me last time I faced him. He played Karo both times. I played him with white.
Wow.
And so I need to brush up on my Karo skills. And then also there's the what else is there? There's Sicilian, which is C5.
Mhm.
That's a whole another complicated positional thing. You can get Sicilian Dragon. You can get a ton of other lines from that. And I don't know, E4 is a very dynamic opening start. Usually you get open games, which are a little more sharp, which is what I like.
Right. Yeah, that's great. I'll be honest, I only understood about half the words you just said there, but I'm hoping some
okay.
of our chess
That's okay.
fans
That's what I
got a
meant.
bit more. Yeah, experiencing some quick technical difficulties. Game should be with us pretty shortly. What are some of your other things that you love about chess? Like, why do you play it? What do you love about it?
To be honest, the opening names. There's just the list and how dynamic every single opening can be, and how in depth there's actual like theory behind the openings.
Yeah.
Like after one move, you can get like like hundreds of variations. I've seen on chess.com there's an openings in database where you can like play moves and see what the masters have played, and just the overwhelming amount of moves to start. Like every single move that's possible at the beginning has a name and has been played in a master game, and there is someone out there that has mastered it. But one of my favorite names is the Grob.
The Grob?
The Grob opening. It's so funny. It's hilarious. Just the name itself. And you start by, so one of the key like ideas of chess is to control the center 4 squares.
Right.
And in the Grob, you play like G4, which is like the pawn second to the right on the white side, and that's just not going for the center at all. It's just kind of just like, here's a funny pawn. And then black can immediately attack it by playing D5. And then then you have the Grob Gambit, which is when you sacrifice material for a positional advantage or to basically trick your opponent into being in a worse position or getting mated. So, yeah, the great the gambit is actually it's really funny too because you have to like sacrifice a pawn and you just like you shove a pawn at them again. So hopefully they move a pawn and then well if you fianchetto the bishop, which is when you move the bishop from its starting place, off to the right up and over one square.
That's interesting.
It's a little vocabulary for you.
Yeah. All right. I'll try and misuse that as best as I can this game.
A lot on my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah. That sounds great. I mean, this is really the difference between a pro and someone like me. I just play casually.
Right.
I just play casually with my
Right.
friends.
Right.
But
Don't have to worry about
yeah,
all those
I've been doing a
names.
bit of research. So I'm very excited to be casting for these games again, and I'm hoping that having somebody who actually knows what they're talking about will be a big help.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be fun.
hmm Any other fun chess tidbits you can teach us all about here while we're just waiting?
There's a way to get mated in two
Mm-hmm.
as white, and it's really funny.
Right.
It's really funny.
And how
It's
do you do
amazing.
that?
Okay, so I gotta wait. Are we going to?
Pretty shortly, we'll be going
Sure.
to game.
Okay.
All right, going right here.
All
Here we
right.
are.
Okay, my man Prezo starts with a just a standard queen's pawn. It seems like we're gonna go for more of a London style here. This is a unique opening. I don't think this has a name actually. They're already off theory. He's about to fianchetto. That's the idea there. He goes for that's a basic London idea. You kind of want to attack the center with the c pawn. In these queen's pawn positions, you always want the knight in front of the c pawn, because that's where it just fits best. And then, as you can see in the queen's pawn positions, everything's very solid. Nothing's really uncovered. If people are arguing that the c pawn on c5 is uncovered, the bishop's covering that all day.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's one. And then also, white's not very active in the center right now. Usually in these queen's pawn positions, you should have c4, um, bishop. Bishop on b2 actually is fairly normal. That's uncommon, and you can see the computer doesn't like that already. It's given black a little bit of an advantage there. It's mostly a positional advantage. I think what Joseph McCarthy is seeing there is that the knight is also lined up with the queen and the king, so hopefully you can get a cool little pin off. All right, my boy Nick plays bishop e7 with the intention of castling, develops the rook to the center to try and push to e4. E4 is looking a bit dangerous though, because after takes, pawn takes, knight takes, rook takes, your rook's just kind of hanging in the middle of the board there. Ooh, stacks the queen and the rook over towards the d pawn. I'm not really sure if that's the correct play. That d pawn isn't really going to be going anywhere. Ooh.
That knight putting pressure on the queen there.
Yeah, that's very sharp.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have. Okay, my boy Nick's gonna have some trouble here, and because you need to have a very, very precise move here, and I can't find it right now. This is like a professional type draw, and he finds a substitute, I believe, just getting out of the way while also having the knight covered, which is good because after the pressure, you don't want to be.
Right.
I take
right.
with the pawn here because you hang a queen otherwise. That actually. Okay, now the eval says 0.07 to white, but that's just more positional. It's not actually like a big material advantage or like that's a bad square for the knight to be on. The knight should never go on the edge. It needs to be in the middle. It needs to be attacking those 4 center squares all times.
Mm-hmm.
Knights on the edge also control less space because you can see the knight moves in little L shapes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
now it's controlling less space.
We saw some really great plays with that knight earlier, putting big pressure on the queen, forcing it back into a less advantageous position. But yeah.
Then Preza managed to find a way out, which is actually impressive. I like that.
Right. But now his queen's stuck in the way back with king, and he can't really get much value out of it. So
yeah, you need to kind of push those pawns forward and try to make something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
No, he tries to get a little knight outpost there, but you can just shove the pawn forward and make it move again. So it's not going to be staying there for very long. I'm guessing he's either going to go knight g5 or just knight back to f6. Knight f6 is probably what the computer wants. And no, it's not. No, it's not. It gives white something. Let's see. Pawn takes, knight takes, bishop take. Wait, no. Pawn takes, bishop takes, knight takes. There's a free pawn hanging on c5 right now for white. And he finds it.
There
Perfect.
it is.
Oh, was that? I guess that's not the correct. Oh, the computer wants to trade down material while also winning it, so you're in winning position while also like simplifying the position.
Gotcha.
So yeah, the bishop there. He's trying to attack. There's that long diagonal that he wants to control. Um, Not exactly sure that's what the right idea should be right now.
Right.
Kind of that knight on e5 is really annoying, and the also the knight on f6 for Nick is very congested. It has like nowhere to go besides like the edge, and even if it goes to the edge, it has nowhere to go after that. All I can do is go back. So I'm thinking Nick should play either h6 just to, which is there's a funny little uh, mating pattern where all
Mm-hmm.
three pawns are lined up on a castled king, and you can just slide a rook back there, and that's a mate because the king can't move up or around, and the rook's just checking him, and he's in check, so it's mate. So playing h6 gets you out of that type of situation and allows and actually controls the g5 square, so a bishop or a knight can't go there anymore.
Right.
So he's always rotating the knight over to attack c5 right now. That's the most wise decision. It seems White's made an error here, not too drastic though, because the computer says 0.04 to White now.
Right. But that rook, or that knight rather, moving back, also protecting that angle that the bishop was holding earlier, so
Right.
it gives the king a bit more space to move around back there.
Right. The bishop actually got stronger, I think, from that knight movement, because it's now looking at g7, which could set up a potential mating attack. If White wants to, they can play f4, queen g4, but that doesn't make too much sense. You kind of just throwing a mating threat at him for like absolutely no reason.
Queen's moving up. Looks like we
Queen
might get some
D2.
plays here.
I think it's to solidify the center, even though I'm not sure what the main idea of that is. That knight on a4 right now is it's doing nothing. It's
Right.
just kind of chilling there. Well, actually, what it's doing is protecting c5,
Mm-hmm.
and once you're able to kick that knight, you might be able to capture c5 and try and win your pawn back, which would bring this game to more of a even position.
The rook comes out.
Rook comes out. He's attacking c5. It seems White has a move here. I'm thinking it's c4. C4, d takes, b takes. Rook has to move again. And now White just has two pawns in the center, and c5 doesn't exactly matter anymore.
All right, but we'll just have to see how Joseph responds here.
I'm thinking he's going to respond with knight c3. I think in these lower type of evaluations, rating levels, they tend to. Oh, he finds. Oh, that was not the right move.
Ooh.
Huh. Interesting. Looks like I would have lost this game.
Mm-hmm.
So after d takes. Okay, d take. Okay, my line was winning for White. So I guess I got something right now. Rook. Oof. It's not a throwaway game yet, but White just has a slight advantage positionally. They have more space controlled. White's king side is like very inactive. The bishop is very quiet right now. It's not really doing much besides looking at c5. Same with that the white bishop on a6. It's kind of just. Oh, I mean, it's looking at a hanging pawn right now on c5, c4, sorry. But they cover with the rook, which gives Nick a major advantage. Let's see what. I wonder what that is. Wish we had the lines up, but no. That's okay. I don't think you can't have lines up during a live game.
Yeah,
though.
no, that's one of the rules here, I think.
Right, but just on chess.com in general, you can.
Yeah.
I think the computer wanted him to stack the rooks and try and get the rook down to b2. Right there. Oh no, where'd the game go?
Technical
Hey, it's
difficulties happens all the time.
All right. So queen c3's the last move. He's stacking the bishop to try and capture the pawn on g7. Nick sees it right away. It's not a very. It's kind of just we call those one movers. You kind of just make a threat that's easily solvable, and you can't really do anything with it after that. But I guess it does weaken the king a tiny bit. That pawn on e6 now has been weakened. There's no supporting pawn behind it. Nick might want to move the bishop so the queen's looking at it still. And then the knight's movement is horrendous right now. The knight can only go to f8 and f8 b8 b6 makes no sense. That's just a straight up blunder, and he just captures the knight with the pawn. So I think my boy Nick's here is in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's got to pull something up quick here.
He just needs to get active. Like, everything's very quiet.
Right. You were talking earlier about how important mid control is.
It is indeed.
And we're really
He's just trading the rooks. I mean, it is a more closed type of game, so the rooks aren't going to be too useful in a closed game. Neither are the bishops, just because of the congestion of all the pawns. So I guess also, when you're down material, trading is also not the move, unless you have some mating trick you think you are able to do. But maybe Nick just sees something I don't with trading all the rooks down.
Right. But back to what you were saying earlier about that mid control, we're definitely seeing that white is pushed up so much further than black is here, and is definitely taking control of those mid four squares.
They have a very solid center, but right now black made an error there because taking that rook with queen and the queen trades leaves the c pawn unguarded, and the bishop could have taken and won Nick's pawn back. But now he's back in a very positional losing position right now. That knight is only being supported by that rook. If there's a way to undermine that, I would. But that c-pawn's blocking it up. Just,
yeah, this game is very tight. Is what I'm saying.
It's very tight, exactly. Yeah. And the center control is what I think it's what's giving white the advantage here. Also, just being up a pawn. But those doubled pawns, it's just actually a really bad pawn structure. Usually, you don't want that. That creates a weakness on both c3 and c4. Also, you don't have any d or b pawns to support that. And what happened? That may have been a misclick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So now white has obviously a clear advantage. They're up a full bishop. Maybe Nick could stall for time. He is up on time about a full minute. Now, oh, does the knight have somewhere to go? Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
So then you can get that pawn. You can pick up the c5 pawn now with knight takes, bishop takes, bishop takes, which adds a little bit more pressure onto the b4 knight. I guess bishop takes was not the correct move. Interesting. Maybe. Ooh, it's getting more even.
Yeah.
There is some tactical maneuver. He finds it. That is the correct move. He hangs that pawn. Now f4 has been threatened. Rook e1 is a mistake because bishop just takes a 4.
Right, and now he's also putting pressure onto that king there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a check as well. I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
I'm too used to little noise it makes whenever you get a check.
Yeah, we don't have game volume here, so
that's all right. Just my board vision. I'm not good. Sorry, talking to production when I shouldn't be.
Yeah, all good, all good. Gonna move the rook in to protect king a bit. Might try
Queen d4 is a nasty move. That knight is pinned to the king and it cannot move. But the queen is supporting it though. Yeah, that's what I thought.
No.
You could just move the bishop back to e3 and pin the knight.
Yeah.
Once you disable that knight, you could have some sort of chance.
Right.
I mean, the knight isn't really doing anything right now at the moment anyway. Now, what's funny, wait, material has been balanced out actually.
Really?
Yeah, they're both even.
Oh, yeah,
Nick just has an army of pawns to a knight.
Right, yeah.
Is that take trades? Trade the knight. Give the knight 0 purpose. Oh, you trade? Oh, what is it? You trade and there's a possibility. Okay, so if once the bishop trades the knight on b4, there's a possibility of playing queen d4 check, and maybe you fork the knight and the king. A fork is when you're hitting 2 pieces at the same time that are both hanging and undefended.
Yeah.
For all the newbies out there.
Me included. I think I knew that term, but
Right.
yeah.
But you just need to get that rook off. Hits the queen. Gives the queen a little poke. Asks it what it's doing.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Black here was able to even out that material advantage.
White just made a major mistake. Now
Oof.
all they have is positional advantage because they have a full knight and it's able to control more space than 3 pawns. If you use those 3 pawns correctly, you can march them down the board and promote to a queen. Ooh. If Black plays it right, this is a draw, but no. That doesn't really do anything. The knight has 2 defenders, only 2 attackers leads to a loss of material for Black. Because it would be... No, it's an even trade, never mind. It's just Interesting. Doesn't seem so bad to me, but the computer does not like it.
Yeah. White with a slight advantage, but nowhere near the one he had earlier in this game.
I guess the 2 knights is what mattered here in the computer's eyes. Computers tend to be very just strange sometimes. They'll come up with lines that no human could ever think of. Like they'll sacrifice a rook for a pawn and end up with a mate in like 72 moves. Like it calculates that.
Wow.
Like that deep.
Yeah.
You can calculate that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, only the top of the top could probably do that.
I don't think a single human can do that.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised. Because humans have to consider every single move, while a computer gets to do... I've considered every single move. We're done.
Exactly.
So force the knight with the pawn. It should be a draw if the play is right. There could be a repetitive check. If you're able to repeat its position multiple times in a row, that becomes a draw by repetition. So Nick could try and pull off a repetition draw here. I think a4 is not strong. The pawn hangs. Does it hang? Is there some tactic I'm not seeing? There is a tactic I'm not seeing. Hold on, what is it? Knight hangs.
And there's nothing to cover him there, right?
He's hitting the queen. Takes. Rook takes. Knight takes. See, if rook takes there, the knight's hanging, and now Black just adds 3 pawns to White's 3. Black has 6 pawns. I can count. I promise. To White's 3. Now they're playing faster. Oh, that's not a fork. I almost thought Nick was in check there, and that would have been so scary if he was. Now you need correct knight. I mean, the king cannot be checked by the knight in this position, I think.
Yeah, F6.
So yeah.
But then it's in danger. Never mind.
F6. I mean, possibly.
It's technically a check, but at that point you can just take it with the pawn. So.
Right.
Yeah, White here, not too much time left on the clock. 1 minute, 7 seconds.
If Nick can move faster than White, he can actually just win on time.
Right, exactly.
So what the main idea here is he needs to march these 4 pawns down the board. Oh, he could have played rook d5, which pins the knight to the rook, but makes it so the rook can't move, otherwise the knight gets taken. That's unfortunate. Just play rook checks. You can just keep checking the king. Mate in 2?
Could end up seeing it.
G4, rook takes h2, mate. That's okay.
Think we're gonna see it here, or is it too late now?
No, it's too late.
Dang.
White's able to recuperate, and Nick obviously didn't see it. I probably wouldn't have seen that if it didn't say it right in my face, honestly.
Wow.
So he sees G4. That forces the king there, and then taking H2 would have made it so the king has nowhere else to go, and it's in check. So it would have been mate. The H pawn would be supporting G5, blocking up that for the king. The rook would have covered the whole entire H file, making that mate. The pawn on E5 would be covering G4, making it so the king can't escape there. And all our options are gone. Nick does have the option of playing rook D2 and praying. That could have been a mouse slip, I'm thinking. Oh no, he's attacking A3. He's trying to get A3 out of the way so that maybe he can sneak his pawn down to A1 and promote to a queen.
Yeah. Black.
Only 30 seconds left for White, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this could be a draw. I mean, not a draw. Sorry.
Win by time.
Win by time. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gotta move fast here. He does not have time to be thinking about these.
Nick could probably just keep moving the king around and just hitting this rook. Maybe wait. So the knight can be trapped here, I believe. No, it can't. Sorry. I was thinking king g7, but then the knight can just go right back up. No, it can't. King g7. King g7 would have trapped the knight. No, that's unfortunate.
Mm.
Oh no, yeah,
Could-
it would have.
Ah.
Oh, he forks the knight and the rook. What's the move here? That wasn't it. King takes knight. Easy. 10 seconds left for white. King g7. King G
Yeah, we see white does
Ooh.
not have the time here. He has absolutely got to just
I can make a desperate attempt at a mating
pre-move
thing.
at this point.
Oof. 50. Yes! He trades, and the pawn can't be stopped. The pawn can't be stopped. Just push the A pawn. Just push the A pawn. Pawn can't be stopped. Black wins. What a roller coaster of a game.
Wow. Yeah.
Also, Nick's not from Ukraine. He's just supporting them. Mate in 30C? Mate in 42. The computer can calculate
One
mate
on
in
time.
42.
One on
Oh,
time.
they played rated by accident.
One on time. Didn't even have time to go for the
One on
mate.
time.
Just one on time. Wow.
One fatal mistake.
What a game.
That was intense. That was intense.
What
That's what time
a
can do to you.
Yeah. No. I was watching that clock the entire game, and it was just going down slowly and slowly. White there, just not able to make the moves in time. And, I mean, he had a severe advantage for a good part of that game, but he was just, in the end there.
Just a time advantage. Like, the time pressure on him made it so he, like, had to move fast and made very deathly mistakes. Just high cost. Especially with that little end game trick there where you don't have the king opposition. You need kings on either side of the pawn in order to get that pawn down to the end of the board. And Nick's king was in a right position to where it could just stay right in front of that pawn. And you can just push the A pawn down to promote at the very end there. So Nick would have definitely won that because he would have queen. White would only had 2 pawns, and that would have been a wrap. But as you can see, it's never resign, basically. It's never too late to win.
All right. Well, that was the first round of this bracket. We should see the rest of the games finish up soon, pretty quickly as well. That was a long one, so I'm expecting most of the other games should be done by now, right?
Yeah, like 19 minutes 30 seconds.
Right. Yeah.
Has to be done by now. If it isn't, I'd be surprised.
So we might see the bracket for round 2 coming up soon.
We could have a draw.
Right. That's true.
Draw.
That's true. But first, we're going to see you guys all after this break.
I'm so sorry. I had to.
Drop me! That's one! Flush! Kill another! One! Kill them all dead! Back up. Flush on you.
Is this thing called jazz?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Minnesota Varsity League State Finals of Chess. My name is Aries. I am joined in the Wisdom Gaming Studio with my friend Max here. This is your first time on stream. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Max.
Yeah, hello. My name is Max. I play for Totino Grace on the chess team. This season, I had a pretty good season, and I went 6-2, and I placed 5th out of the 31 players. Was it?
Nice.
I believe so. So I had a pretty decent season. I missed one match to an FF. I probably would have gone 7-1, but it is what it is. I'm here to have some fun and cast with you guys.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I was about to ask how your season's been going, but you just told us about that.
Yeah.
Any matchups, any games that you're especially looking forward to seeing or playing tonight?
I really want to face EJ. I see
Yeah.
his scoreline 7-1. I see that as a challenge. I've looked at his games. I think I know what I'm going to do against him, and I am especially looking forward to that one. If I can beat EJ, I think I can take the whole thing. So
Awesome.
that's my
awesome.
goal.
Yeah, EJ made it to All Stars, and I was casting for him there. He was a bit of a force of nature, but
Yeah,
I mean, we're all here. Everybody here made it to finals for a reason.
absolutely.
These
Yeah,
are all the best of the best players.
all these players are excellent. I look at games like Sam, I see EJ, even like Matthew and the other players, TG Nick. Yeah, if you can look at the bracket maybe and
Yep.
see the
Bracket coming up here.
scores, yeah. You can see EJ over there. You see myself, obviously, Nick, sorry, and then on the other side of the bracket, TG Caden, Danny, or not Danny, sorry, Sam. All those players I've looked at, they're all incredibly good. Play very solid openings, and it's honestly, I'm a little scared of the semi and the final. If I make it to the final, that is, I think it's going to be pretty challenging to say the least.
So you won your first game there. Who are you going to be facing up against next?
I'll be facing my own teammate, TG Nick.
Oh.
So that's going to be a little interesting, to say the least. We know each other
Yeah.
very well, so I don't know who's going to win, but we're going to see in probably about an hour.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Looking up on that scoreboard, you see a lot of people from Totino Grace
Yeah.
and a good amount from Apple Valley, but those are the two. Totino Grace definitely has a high amount of chess players.
Yeah, we had the most in the season, actually. We had 6
yeah.
starting
Yeah.
off.
Any idea why that is? Or
We've had our school before this league, probably about 10 years ago, had a pretty strong chess presence. We had actually a pretty large chess club, and there is one classroom in our school that has about 20 boards kind of folded away in the cupboards. The chess club left, and it's not really there anymore, but we still have a teacher that is decent at it and gives us some advice. But mostly it's just us students who love the game. After the Twitch boom in 2020 and 2021, a lot of our players started picking up the game a lot more. And it's incredible how many of these young players in our school are just very, very talented at this game. TG Jacob, even though he lost, he was preparing very for a long time. I saw him in class sometimes after school. He was just sitting in the corner looking at games, doing puzzles, and I'm like, this kid has the spirit. He's in the competitive mode. He's getting ready, and including our other seniors, myself, TG Nick, and TG Caden. We all moved on to the quarters, and we're all very good, very talented players. In my opinion, I've played with them a lot, and I think one of us can take the whole thing. I really do.
that's awesome. I'll definitely be rooting for you guys here from the studio.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So I gotta ask you, what are your favorite openings / just general strategies?
I'm sort of a neutral player. I don't play super passive, and I don't play super aggressive. I play solid lines, main lines mainly, just openings that are good, theoretical. My favorite right now for white is the Queen's Gambit. It's something that I play a lot, extensive knowledge of that opening, different lines, the Nimzo Indian, the Bogo Indian, Rogozin. And then with black, I typically play, well, because I play against a lot of London, I play the reverse Queen's Gambit against the London. But if I play against e4, I'll either play the Petrov or the Karo Khan. Both of those are sort of offbeat main lines, and most people play e4, e5, and then just play with the Italian or the Spanish, but I tend to lean into the more good, solid openings, but are less common at my level. So it's definitely something that I appreciate is being able to study these lines and seeing all these different variations, and then being able to play them at the board, and it pays off. And that's something that I plan to do against EJ in the next match, or sorry, in the match after that, if I get past. So.
All right. Well, that's awesome. We should be getting into this game here pretty shortly, I believe. But I got a couple more questions for you. What are you expecting to see out of this game here?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Sorry.
What are you expecting to see out of this game here?
Oh, out of this game. So, to be honest, I haven't really looked at these specific players all that much. I might have played them during the season, but I don't recall typically their openings. Obviously, they made it to the quarter, or nope, this is the second round of 16, isn't it? I'm actually not too sure about this game. I'm going to be completely honest. I haven't seen these players all that much. I know that Orono has a lot of very good players. SJP as well. They have some very good players as well. I know Matthew is number 6 in our in the seeding for this tournament. So I'm expecting some good chess here. I really think that they're going to have something in store for us.
Yeah. I mean, good chess all around. I mean, these are the state finals here.
Absolutely.
So all these players made it here for a very good reason, and that is that they are the best of the best at what they do, and what they do is chess.
Absolutely. It's a different kind of game, you know, like people call it a sport and then other people laugh at it, but really it is a mental challenge beyond any other you see in a board game like this. It's an ancient game and it's almost 2,000 years old, and yet it's still becoming more and more complex. So it's just an incredible experience, honestly, to partake in that history.
And here we are in our first game. Take it away.
All right, so Sam is white here, Aiden is black. We see a D4 here. Let's see how Aiden responds. Plays a very interesting move, H5. It's not something you see very often in theoretical play. That is, in these more offbeat kind of games, you might see a little more interesting first moves, and then you see more typical response, D5. Right here, this sort of plays like a Queen's Gambit, but down a tempo, and Rook H6. Okay, so we see Sam, he's trying to take this space on the king side. Not a very common opening. E4 is interesting. G5. A lot of pawn moves here. We see these players trying to take as much space as they can. But yeah, that G5 is just a clean blunder of a pawn there. Hits the rook as well. Plays Rook G6. Good, getting the rook out of danger. But Bishop's going to have to either move or Knight F3 here would also be a decent option. You also have to consider that the E4 pawn is still hanging. Ooh, and that's actually also another option, is to take that pawn with the queen. I did not even see that. But it looks like the computer does not agree with that move for some reason. Might be some discovered attacks against the queen, potentially. That's a move. It does trade out. Takes with the pawn. I would have taken with the rook, but I think the computer does actually think taking with the pawn is slightly better. If I were white here, I would be trying to find a way to develop. Taking is fine as well. That does. Oh, there could be a trap. This could be a trap here. If black takes with the queen, then the queen would be lost. I don't suspect that will happen though. Oh, that's also good. Playing bishop b4 check, just making sure the king has to respond. Knight c3, interposing that check. I think rook g5 here is a good move. Oh, well, actually, because now the king is open on that file. Queen h8 check might be played. Oh, a3, just getting rid of that bishop, trying to break that pin, maybe castle the next move, long castles. Ooh, but the bishop is blundered. That was probably a mistake. And if a takes b4, then that rook is going to be blundered as well. But nope, he sees it. He plays b6, defends the pawn. It's a very interesting position here.
Yeah.
Now taking is okay. He can take with the b pawn or the rook. Either is fine. Does trade out. That is probably the better play here. Black's king is extremely vulnerable in this position. Just trading out and keeping the attack roaring on the other side of the board is probably the better play. A good move here, I would play bishop d3, just hitting that rook from across the board, developing that bishop. Knight f3 is also acceptable. I don't see anything wrong with that, just playing a move, getting a piece out.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing an overwhelming lead here for the side of white. He's got, I mean, the computer is very much in his favor, and he's also got material advantage. Crazy.
Yeah, and now queen h8 right now has to move the king up, and this position is just going to be extremely difficult. Now, he has his choice here. He could trade queens and just go into an end game where he's up material, or he could try to keep the attack going by playing some other move. And he blundered his queen! Oh no! Disaster!
Wow.
The attack was raging, but he lost track of his pieces, and now he's completely down a queen. Oh no, that's a monumental error on the side of white there. But I mean, it's never over. Now this knight can move towards the middle. Probably a move like knight c4, just playing decent move, keeping it in the middle. I mean, the other option is knight a8, but that does not look very appealing. Oh, and that's a blunder of a knight there. It's funny is that black is still better even after that, somehow.
Yeah. I mean, that queen play, I mean, we saw that bar on the right side go from almost completely white to almost completely black, and
Yeah,
now it's somewhere in the middle. The material advantage now that he's gotten the queen, black is now up a bit. Just a little bit, but
Yeah.
still definitely has an advantage here with that queen. That's a crucial piece. And
The
you don't
queen
wanna
there.
lose that.
And I think the computer thinks black is better because bishop b7 could be played at any moment, skewering the two knights and preventing their defense. Potentially also the rook and h1 would be vulnerable in that diagonal as well. Now I think a good move here would be bishop g2. Or that, actually, that is also valid. Because now the knight on f3 could be defended by bishop g2 in the next move. This attack, just trying to look here at what black's attacking options are. Potentially, that's a good move. Just hitting that rook, trying to get it out. Probably rook g8 or rook no, not rook g5. Maybe rook g5. Yeah, sorry, not rook g4. I meant to say. Either are good. I personally would play rook g8 just to rotate the rook around to e8 and skewer that rook. e7, or g7, I don't really know what that does. Now you've blocked your own rook in by that pawn. You've wasted a move effectively. G8 would have been a far better square for that rook. Now I think probably, I'm not sure what I would do. Castling might be a little risky considering you have those open files for those pieces to attack. He does it anyways. It's not a terrible move according to the computer. A little suboptimal, but that is just fine. Now, a4, just trying to push that pawn. All right, I don't see a huge problem with that. That is a fork, though, actually, now that I'm looking, which I did not see. The fork is going to be a bit of a problem. Let's see how they respond to this. Okay, so then they just get the queen out of danger, and then they're going to accept the fact that they go down the rook for the knight.
Right. We see here.
Which is all right, but white is thinking because once the knight takes the rook, black actually has the option of taking. Oh, and he doesn't take the rook, which is interesting. I think he thought that keeping the bishop was better than the rook, but I don't agree with that. He was scared of knight takes g7 and then queen takes d3, which would be a trade of bishop for knight and rook instead of knight for rook. So maybe they thought the rook was better. Keeping the bishop was better than taking the rook.
Right. And we see, I mean, black here, a slight material advantage, but that is just due to that queen. I mean, you look down at the pieces white's captured. He's got two more pawns. He's got both knights. I mean, black here does not have very much to work with, but he does have that queen, which again is very crucial.
Yeah, what's actually very interesting is that the current material balance is the three pieces for the piece and queen, but then also white is up 2 pawns. So, or sorry, black is up. Nope, white is up 2 pawns. That is correct. I was looking at the wrong one. So the material balance is only 1. Oh, now he does actually snap for the rook. Computer does think that losing that queen is worse, though, which I'm actually very interested in. I didn't think that would be the evaluation, but taking that bishop, now the queen is sort of in the face of white. Gonna have to defend that knight, which white might not see, actually, because it's sort of a lurking threat that that knight is indeed unprotected. And also the knight on g7 doesn't really have a convenient way to get out. Potentially knight h5. Ooh, and then now he plays this move. He plays...
Computer does not like that one.
And I'm not exactly sure why. And that is a stone cold blunder right there, completely losing the queen in one move.
Yikes.
That is
the definition
upsetting.
of unfortunate.
That is preventable, but also just, you know, it's pressure. There's some time pressure that goes into this, and now white just has a convincing lead, just cleanly up a rook and a knight. You saw the rook takes f7 pre-move there, just knew. And now this is a question of, can white clinch this victory? Each side has a good 5 minutes. Black does have 6 and white has 5. There is the issue of time pressure, although I highly doubt that this position could be lost for white. If you look at the position currently, the rook completely blocks off any king advance, and the h-pawn could simply walk up the board. And on top of that,
last piece.
on top of that, the bishop is blundered
All
as well. So this game looks to be coming to an end quite shortly, and the computer says it is indeed mate in 5 moves. Little exercise here. We could try to figure out how that would happen. That was not the correct move. It might have been knight a5 or rook f7, but you can see a mating net is being woven right as we speak. The knights are just going to hop over. Squares are going to be blocked off. The pawn helps by covering b6. They could go for the checkmate right now, which is what the computer obviously would want to do, or they could just walk the h-pawn up the board. There's really nothing that black can do to stop it. Either way, checkmate is imminent. It looks like he is following the computer line for this fastest checkmate. We'll see how that happens. Ooh, and he does miss the move there. It's still mate in 4.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just all theatrics. He's absolutely completely dead in the water in this position. 4 minutes left on the clock. Checkmate will be found at some point.
Yeah, if I were white here, I'd just be leaving that king to do what he wants, cleaning up his pawns and moving mine up. Just promote and secure that for sure. But
this could be a clever move. The king is stuck in the corner, so you could potentially line up your knight. Actually, that's what I would do right now. Take, and then next move, knight c7 checkmate on the board. There you go.
There it is, and that's going to be the game 1 for Orno Sam there, right?
Yes, Orno Sam, right up
right.
there. Yep. So, interesting game. Definitely well fought on both sides. There was actually 2 queen blunders in the game, which is quite interesting. One blundered one way and then came back the other way. So, definitely could have gone either way. Absolutely.
When white lost that queen there, I was definitely thinking like, oh, this could be the end for him. But he's got to have to pull something to get that queen off the board. But I mean, the queen just fell right into his lap, and he took it, and it was really unexpected on both sides. But when it came down to it, it was a pretty close game for most of it,
right?
Until that very end section there, where white was just able to run away with it. But all in all, that was a very good game.
Yeah, I find it very interesting that the material balance was so unusual. You usually don't see 3 pieces for the piece and the queen and 2 pawns. That's something that you normally just don't see. Like, most of the time, you might see 2 pieces and a rook, or potentially piece for 3 pawns is in the material imbalance. But having such a wild imbalance of positional material, it's something that you don't see very often, and it was not making it very obvious who was better. That's for sure. It was definitely who could coordinate their pieces better, who could stave off making the mistakes, and just so happened to be Sam today.
Right. All right. Well, that's going to be it for this game. We'll see you guys shortly after another break.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Oh, jazz.
everybody, and welcome back to the Minnesota Varsity League Chess State Finals. My name is Aries. I am joined here in the Wisdom Gaming Studio with my friend Alex here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I play chess. That's my thing.
Awesome, awesome. Chess is exactly what we're doing today. We're going to be playing two Apple Valley players, so that should be an interesting game to watch because both of these players know and have played against each other plenty of times before, and are probably good friends. So that'll be an interesting head-to-head friends turned enemies type thing, if you will. Alex, what are your thoughts on this game?
I think watching people who have played together is pretty interesting because like it's kind of like they know what they're gonna do, so they kind of have to keep things hidden and switch up how they play normally. So this could be a very interesting game to watch.
That's right, that's right. Tell us a bit more about yourself. Like, you play chess in the league. How'd your season go?
Terribly.
That's
Absolutely,
unfortunate.
absolutely horrendous.
But you're here
I'm
to
here-
cheer on your
yeah.
friends.
Yeah,
All right.
they're all out of the tournament.
Oh man, that's too bad. Well, now you get a chance to be here with me and casting. Yeah.
Casting. Fun.
So what are your favorite openings?
Ooh, I'm a simple guy.
Mhm.
If something's name is too long, I don't like to use it. So I just open with the queen. I always open either king open if I'm white or if I'm black. Sometimes I go queen open. I'm a simple guy.
Yeah, yeah. I like the queen open myself. That's my personal favorite. Any other strategies or things you like to try and pull off in your games?
I like winning. It's pretty interesting.
That's a very good call. Very good call. If we take a look at the bracket here, quickly, or not. Okay.
Love the
Yeah, if
bracket.
we take a quick look at the bracket here, we can see our game that we're going to be casting here is Apple Valley EJ versus Apple Valley AP. As I said, these two players probably know each other and have played against each other pretty well, and those games are always interesting to watch because when you know how your opponent is going to play and they know how you're going to play, then you have to play around that knowledge, and the mind games can get really intense there. But also in this round is TJ Max versus TG Nick, Totino Grace, that is. I had both of those in the casting booth here with me before, or actually no, I just had Max with me, so I'll be rooting for him on that round, but we won't be able to see that one here. And then after that is semifinals. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the bracket so far, Alex?
I think it looks kind of interesting because there's a lot of repeats. TG has 3 players. Obviously, Apple Valley's has 2 players, but they're about to fight each other. It's gonna be 1. So there's a lot of repeats, but I don't really know. It's just a pretty interesting looking bracket.
Right. And we should be going into game here soon. How much? All right, we should be going into game here pretty soon, and these Apple Valley against Apple Valley game should be pretty interesting to watch. I'm excited. How are you feeling?
Feeling weird. I'll be honest.
Weird? How's that?
I don't know. I've never casted chess before.
It's easy. You look at
It's
the
easy.
board, knight moves up, say, knight moves up.
Just say what's most obvious about. I think.
Yeah, say what's going on. And yeah. All right. So minor technical difficulties in the world of production happens all the time here, unfortunately. But anyway, yeah. Anything else you can tell us about yourself?
Like apples.
Like apples. Interesting. What's your favorite type of apple?
Apples.
Good choice. Good choice. What's your prediction for who's going to win this game? AG versus EP.
I think EJ is
AJ?
A-
Or oh wait, no, it's
wait,
yeah, you're right. You're
EJ
right.
You're
Sorry.
getting confused because they're
Yeah.
both 2 letters.
EJ AP. Yeah.
They're both. I'm sure they're both good players. They're from the same school, but EJ, if I remember correctly, he was seeded first.
I believe so. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So just I don't know any of them. I've apart from the game earlier where he was pretty good. EJ. So I think EJ will take this, honestly.
All right, all right. Yeah, I casted both of these players when they were playing chess in All Stars, and I remember that there was a four-way chess battle in which both of these two competed, and each time they were the last two alive, and I think both of them pulled off one win. So it could go either way. But here we are going into the game.
Oh.
Started a little bit early. We've got the pawns moving up, rook or knight rather, trying to control that mid space there.
Yeah. They're playing pretty fast. Like, ooh, it's a completely even game. I don't really know what the move is here. There's tons of places where you can take with the pawn. If he takes with or moves the knight, obviously.
Yeah, moving the knight up to protect the pawn, white pawn. Both d4 and e5 there are protected by that knight. It's a pretty good play. And
now they're re-threatened by the other knight. So it's a very centralized position.
Yeah, yeah. This is definitely, both players are playing pretty aggressive here. Bishop takes more of that mid position, aggressing that knight. Knight's got to move back. There it is. And now Bishop is in danger, but moves back away from it.
Yeah, they're both playing aggressive, but they don't want to back out. It's
right. That's one of the most important parts of chess, knowing when you've been beat. Oh, Bishop moving up, take the knight. That computer does not like that move.
Why?
White here has a big advantage.
I don't know why, actually. I guess he can move up the pawn and kind of...
Ooh, the computer does not like that one either. Moving up the pawn there, clear a little bit of space. The first blood is going to be taken to the side of white here. But either way, it's still a very close game. White with a slight advantage has the one pawn advantage, but I mean...
Oh, okay. So... Ooh. Something that kind of interesting. So the bishop is pinning the knight to the queen. So the knight can't move or else he'll lose his queen.
Right.
So even though normally, like earlier, the knight was defending this position, it no longer is by technicality.
Right, right. Oh, and now with that pawn play, black has gained the advantage here, according to the computer. I wonder how. I wonder what he's going to do with that. Just probably back up to h5 would be my play. Yep, there it is. Still pinning that knight there.
He can move pawn to g4 to continue the assault on the bishop, but
plus then he's freed up the knight for mobility, and he can move that and take the pawn.
So I think g4.
Although that pawn is being covered by c6 knight, so it's probably not a wise move. What are your thoughts?
I think it's an extremely close game. They've both only taken one pawn, yet they're a few moves in. I don't really know.
Here comes the castle, probably trying to develop that pawn, put some pressure towards that king. Or develop the rook, rather, not the pawn. You knew what I meant.
I'm sure. There's still just the... Yeah, okay, I was about to say. The pawns are just chilling there. But, ooh.
Queen moving up, taking
Yeah.
some space towards that middle of the board. They're both kind of backed out here, playing more back now. But it looks like they're both starting to get these plays towards mid
This
pushed
could be
up.
huge.
It's
This could
big.
be a bloodbath.
Oof. I mean, yeah, that one square, there are like 3 pieces covering it on both sides.
Yeah. If knight takes, then queen can take back, and then the knight is no longer pinned.
Right.
So it all comes down to if he wants to make this
Queen trade, yeah.
an enormous trade of a knight and a queen.
Right, right. Just have to wait and find out. No, he does not go for it. Instead, choosing to move the pawn up on the board.
Oh.
see how white here is going to respond.
Yeah. There's not much he can do. He can pin Black Knight at c6 with a4, but that wouldn't really achieve anything. It would just pin the knight, which would take pressure off of that pawn, but I don't think it would do anything in the long run.
He's taken a long time to think here. It's been detrimental in the past. The first game on was lost due to time, so
Yeah.
but that second game they had to move a lot quicker, and that's why it didn't run out. They were moving a whole lot quicker. But here we're seeing more of that slow, methodical pace, which is good. But again, time is definitely a measure that you got to watch out for here.
I mean,
Moving that bishop up to be another piece to cover that pawn. Bishop takes knight, but queen takes bishop.
what a weird play.
Yeah. And here
Okay.
it comes, maybe.
No, because the queen.
No, because the queen's out of position
Queen's
now.
out of position now.
Right, and now it is
That's
dead even,
Dead
according to the
even.
computer.
I don't know what the next move here would be.
Right.
His queen is in the exact middle, so the queen can do pretty much whatever it wants. It can safely take b2 pawn, so maybe he's going to try to protect it with a queen move, but it's not really clear what
Right.
the best course of action is.
Might try and go for a queen trade here, moving that white queen to e3. No, is going to try and protect that pawn and put some pressure onto that queen there. Moving that queen back. Good choice, good choice.
Yeah.
But now white has a big lead, 2.6,
Yeah.
2.4 now.
It can apply.
And that rook there just applying deadly force.
Oh. Oh my.
If he moves that rook up to d8 and does something with his queen or other rook, he might be able to pull off a check there, I think. I don't know how doable that is, but oh man,
What?
white overwhelming victory here.
Oh. Yeah, because I think that's just a dead queen.
Yeah, there's not much he can do there.
Even if he moves the queen out, the knight can check on c7 and also fork the rook. So that queen is lost, to my understanding.
Right, I agree. We'll just have to see how he responds.
Yeah. You can really see this decision is eating away at his time. He had like
Right.
a minute and a half up on him, but now
Now
just
it's
calm down.
30 seconds. If it doesn't, I mean, again, time is always something to look out for. I feel like it's something that's always underrated in these chess games that people just don't watch out for enough. But it can be a deadly, deadly factor.
Yeah. Because obviously in the beginning you make moves in a couple of minutes, and then by the end you're making a move every 2 seconds, just trying to
Right.
not run out of time.
We'll see how he responds.
So knight to c7 is the best move here.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
there
so
it
the
is.
queen is gone.
Queen is definitely gone.
Actually, no,
Oh.
he can do that, but the rook is gone now.
Unless he wants to move the rook to a d5 to apply more pressure. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's protected by the pawn. I don't know what I'm thinking.
I guess he could check again with the queen, but I don't really know what that would do.
Just apply more pressure. Always good.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there's the pawn, and queen's going to move in.
Or
Trade
the
it out,
knight. The
or
knight could do it too.
Not pawn, rook.
No, I think he has to do it with the queen, because if he doesn't, then yeah. Mate in 10?
Mate in 10.
I don't think it matters.
Mate in 9. All right.
I don't think he sees it. I think that's just the best move to do.
Yeah, I'm with you. Or maybe he does see it. I mean, I don't, but I don't have well-trained eyes, so.
Yeah. If a mate is happening in more than 5 moves, it might as well not exist.
Right. Really, that clock
Yeah.
coming down. He had a minute 30 on him before, and now it's down to 5-ish seconds.
Oh, that's hanging a pawn, I believe.
Oh,
No more mate.
no more mate in 9. It's such a shame.
Some people.
All right. So what are you expecting to see here?
As a response, maybe moving the knight out to apply pressure to the queen. That worked. Yeah, that works too.
Right, right. Might see the rook here going C. Nope, never mind.
Oh, crazy.
Rook's going to put big pressure. Oh, I didn't see that
Yeah.
until now, but
Wow,
that's a dead
that's
queen.
That dead queen. This, it's still he's only up 4 material, but that's
that's
a queen versus the rook, and I think an extra pawn or
it's a
something.
queen. That's a big advantage for him. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't mess up his queen somehow. This late into the game, I think a queen is just too impactful,
Right. Yeah. That's very true.
especially since the gens is all actually the gen. I'm guessing it's EJ.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. EJ is black and AP is white.
Yeah, so EJ's only rook is absolutely cornered and can't leave for a while.
Hmm.
So as long as he continues to apply pressure.
Just gonna be an infinite check for a bit, I think. Well.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to corner him.
Hmm.
Definitely B5.
Yep. Is B5 a mate? No, not quite. King can
No.
move back.
Yeah. But according to the calculator, he is up 60 material.
Right.
So, not great.
Not looking good for EJ just at this point. But um but AP is just running down the time here, just thinking about his next move. But at this point 4 minutes still remain and I mean, look at the board. It's pretty cleared out. There is not much room to die by time at this point. So
He's thinking a lot about this
Mhm.
move.
So it's probably going to be a win for AP, but moving that bishop, that's an interesting choice.
I don't really know what's behind that, really.
I think just putting pressure and keeping that king from retreating but more up there.
Maybe. Oh, we might be trying to free up space for his pawn to move out.
Let's see. At this point, I think AP's only shot, or EJ's only shot rather, is to promote a pawn. But it looks like White here is not gonna let him do that.
Yeah. I think EJ is making like the best moves that he can, but it's just not really helpful
Right.
enough.
Given the current situation, there's almost nothing he can realistically do.
Yeah, it's really more up to AP whether or not he wins.
Mm-hmm. Just retreating that king further and further into that corner there.
Yeah, it's risky, but it can work.
Bishop comes in there. At this point, AP is very clear as to what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's got his plan figured out pretty well.
Yeah, I think maybe if the rook and the bishop were open and were able to help and maybe check the king, it would be more even of a match, but I just can't really see a way that EJ can win.
Right, right. But I mean, if he gets that, if he moves that bishop, he might. Yep, there it is. And now White's bishop is in danger of that rook. That's a good move, I think.
Yeah. I don't really know where AP moves the bishop, but I don't really think it matters since
Not much, no.
the bishop's honestly not doing much there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Choosing to go for the trade instead of moving the bishop out of harm's way. That's an interesting choice. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it definitely makes sense. Rooks are more important, and he has so much more material that just trading down would lead to his win.
Right, right.
I think they're thinking a lot for only having 3 minutes on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think time could get the best of AP here.
And gonna go through with a trade.
I don't know if that was the move, honestly.
For which side?
For EJ, because
Yeah.
Brooks are really the only kind of attack he can have. AP just moves his king to white and doesn't let any of those pawns promote, the game's pretty much over.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't know any better, I would say EJ's trying to stall out the clock.
I would agree with that, honestly. I think at this point that's going to be his best bet, but at the same time, you can't waste this much time thinking if that's what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, it's king, it's a king, a queen, and a couple pawns against a king, a bishop, and a couple pawns. That's,
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much you can really realistically do in that situation other than run out the clock.
Mm-hmm. He is keeping control of. He's trying to keep control of like.
Yeah, and it looks like white here just
Oh.
trying to get that pawn promotion up a bit.
Mate in
much
six,
as
mate
you
in
can.
five.
Mate in 5? Oh,
Isn't it mate in? Oh yeah, I think definitely take the
pawn.
with the queen.
Yep.
And
Mate in
the
4.
king. Oh yeah, then the
And then
pawn just
promote the queen.
promotes.
Yep.
I think the only move he can do is move out his king and bring in a bishop to defend it to
Mhm.
get in between, but it's not gonna really
Right,
do
right.
much. It'll only stall the inevitable.
At this point, it is a hungry wolf and a injured deer.
Yeah, it's like AP would have to misclick to lose this game.
Right. Would have to just give an absolute blunder, and there it is, double queen. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah,
And then one move.
one move, and there it is.
That's
That
him.
is going to be checkmate. For the side of AP, he won that game very close until that queen. Got that queen, and that was a very good play for him, I'd say.
I would definitely agree with that.
But either way, it was a very good game from both players here. I really enjoyed watching it. I really enjoyed casting it. What are your thoughts?
I feel like if it was a second chance, it could have gone very differently.
Right.
They both seem very similar, but EJ just made a mistake halfway through the game
Mhm.
and couldn't recover.
And we definitely saw some of that, like playing around each other and knowing how to play around each other. That was definitely some of the stuff we saw from both these players. It was a really interesting game from both sides, and I really enjoyed it. I'll look forward to seeing AP in the finals here, and I'm assuming that EJ will be here to cheer him on. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it for this game. We will talk to you guys later after this break.
I'm fucking sorry.
God, oh my God,
I'm
you're
so
gone.
sorry. I had to.
Drop me! Knocked one! Flash! Killed another! One! Killed them all dead!
Back up. Push on you, push on you. Is this thing called jazz?
two.
Drop me! Knocked one! Flash! Kill another! One! Kill them all dead!
Back up. Flash on you. Is this thing called jazz?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Minnesota Varsity League Chess State Finals. My name is Aries. I'm joined here in the Wisdom Gaming Studios with my friend Hugo here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name's Hugo. I'm from Orono High School. Let's see, I've done chess since I was little. This is my first year doing online chess, though, so it's a little different. I don't know which one I like better yet. If I like on the board or online.
Yeah, chess is... I also used to play a lot of chess when I was a little kid. I was absolutely horrible at it, but had a lot of fun. What do you like about chess? Like, what's your favorite thing about it? What got you into it in the first place?
To be honest, I don't really know what got me into it. I just like playing, really. There's nothing like about it. I just like playing chess.
Nice, nice. And like, what are your favorite openings? What are your favorite strategies? What do you like to do when you play? What do you look for? That sort of thing.
Well, me personally, I open as a 4-move checkmate. Hopefully they think there's no way he's gonna do it. Sometimes they don't see it and I get to do 4-move. But when they do see it, there's so many other things I can do from there. Yeah, I just look to see what I can do and go from there.
Nice, nice. Well, if we pull up the bracket quickly here, in just a second. Yep, here we are. I believe we're going to be watching SJP Matthew versus RHS Chess. So that should be a pretty good game. I've casted for Matthew in the past, and he is quite a good player. But both of these people have made it to the semifinals, so this should be a pretty close game on both sides. What are you expecting here, Hugo?
Yeah, I've watched past streams about Matthew. But RAHS Chess, I don't know how good he is, but he beat Sam. So I know Sam's a good player, and he beat Sam, so he's must be good.
Yeah. And again, this is semifinals, so everybody who's made it here is by far the best of the best. On the other side of the bracket, we've got Apple Valley AP versus TG Max. We had Max here in the casting studio a couple rounds ago, so I'm cheering for him to make it to the end here. But at the same time, all of these players are very good, so it will be a tough game, no matter who wins.
Yeah.
So, yeah. What are you expecting to see from this game here, Hugo?
I'm expecting to see, if anything, I don't think there will be a checkmate until the very end. I think it'll be a battle the whole time, and there might be a time run out on one side, but it will be really close.
Yeah, our first game that I was casting here today, we ran out of time. And that's something that a couple of players have gotten dangerously close to so far. And I very much think that as these games get more intense and longer, that could definitely become a theme.
And what's the hard part about it is, as soon as people start going fast, you have less time to think, and then they have to think, and the time runs down, and then they get in a trap.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. As the end of the game ramps up and you have to start thinking about your time, there's less time to think. It's more just move, move, and that can. If you can manage to think at the same time as going fast, then you can easily sweep through there. So yeah, this should be a pretty fun game. We should be getting into it pretty shortly, I believe.
Yeah, this would be an interesting game to see.
All right. Well, in the meantime, anything else you can share about yourself? Any other chess tidbits you can share? Just general strategy? Oh, never mind. Here we go. Into the game we go, and it starts out pretty simple.
Okay, so let's see. Do you know who is Blue Sealy Matthew?
I honestly have no idea who is who. All right. Blue Sealy is RHS, Chess 1.
Okay.
So SJP is on white, and RHS is on black.
Okay. So it looks like they're going slow, or going a little bit fast. Which is okay in the beginning, but they can't keep if they keep this up, somebody's gonna slip up.
Right, right. We saw a couple blunders in the past because of that exact thing. People just moving faster than they should have and ended up losing their queens a couple of times. So if they keep moving at this pace, that could be something that they worry about.
Yeah, and right here he moved the queen over there. He's trying to protect the knight to which I don't know. Yeah, he's protecting the knight, and if he really wants to, if he doesn't move the bishop, he can take black can take the bishop right there, and
right.
nothing can get him.
The knight is also protected by the b7 pawn there, so that's gonna be a trade either way if the bishop chooses to go for it. But that queen might be looking to go up and gain some space if they can get that bishop out of the way. b2 pawn is, I believe, clear. I don't think there's anything holding it.
No, and the way that he took his queen out right away, I'm wondering if he's trying to do a castle onto that
yeah.
side.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because if he gets a castle, then he has that more protection than what's there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Queen moving out on both sides now. Just sort of locked. That bishop at this point now is pinned and can't move, or else that's a lost queen. But if it does move and they go for the queen, then that's probably going to be a trade.
Well, and then he moved queen to b3 to protect the bishop, I'm assuming.
Yeah, exactly.
So then he doesn't lose the bishop without trading.
Right.
I think next move, depending on what black... Oh, never mind. I guess he should... I was going to say castle, but that's not very smart right now.
Ooh, that bishop move, that's going to allow for him to take that bishop without repercussions from that queen. And he still hasn't castled yet. There's still...
But he doesn't want to castle
Yeah.
right now, because if he castles, then he loses his queen to a pawn, and there's not really any good outcome to that move.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, I was talking about black side.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
not white side. No. He definitely has to get that queen out of there.
Yeah. Except there's nowhere he can move that queen safely without bringing it all the way back. Like right there. That's the only safe spot.
Yeah, A3 was covered, A4 was covered, B3 was covered.
C2 was covered.
Yeah, exactly. There was nothing he could have done except for exactly what he just did. And now definitely black side here has by far taken mid control, taken the advantage here, I'd say.
And now he's pressuring the F4 bishop. And then he ends up blocking it, taking.
Gonna go for the trade.
Yeah. Okay, moves the pawn. Trying to get him to move or to take it. I don't know if he'll move it or not.
He's got to get that bishop. I mean, that's a lost bishop if he doesn't get it out of there. I don't see why he wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
Black here is doing a very good job at controlling middle and not letting his opponent get too far forward. Just anytime he does, he's just pushing him back.
Yeah, and he's just pressuring him. And it looks like what he's doing is every time they go in the middle, he just takes them out. So it almost is like he's baiting them into the middle and he takes them out just to get rid of those pieces.
That's right. White here might have to start playing a bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, it almost looks like he did a little aggressive and then changed his mind, but now he's playing more defense, and I don't know if that's the best decision right now.
Right. Scores are even in terms of material. There's a bishop and a knight on both sides, but black here definitely has that positioning advantage.
Yeah.
And that's why the computer is so heavily favoring black here. So.
Well, and then black can castle on both sides if he wants to.
Yeah, so he can respond to any threat very quickly.
Yeah, and if I were him, I'd probably go to the queen side because he has that pawn protection there too.
Right, yeah. But if that queen side is in danger and he can't do that, then he's got the other side open as well.
Yeah.
And
so it looks like white is trying to pressure him, pressure the bishop.
A bit. No matter where. Oh, wait, no, he can move that. Yeah, he's probably gonna have to move that bishop either forward or back. He chooses forward,
Well,
going
it
more
looks
aggressive.
like he's trying to bait the queen to take it, and then he can take it with his pawn.
Right, yeah.
It looks like that's what he's trying. He's trying to sacrifice his bishop so he can get the queen, which he does not take.
But that pawn is looking to get rid of that pawn, and after that, there goes all that bishop's defenses.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's sort of a fork between the queen and the knight, because if he moves the queen, or I mean, he could choose to take knight with the bishop here. He's got that available as well. He doesn't choose to go for this pawn, or
No. You
Yeah,
see,
there
I
it
don't
is.
know. Yeah, there. Okay. Then if he really wants, he could move it down, his bishop to b3, and make the queen move or take. If it takes it, he can take the queen with queen, no
and then it's a trade.
repercussions. Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, b3 is watched
Or
by that
yeah,
pawn.
yep. But then he gets his queen, which now he's in check because of that queen.
So he has. We might see a queen trade here. Move that queen, black queen, to b5, then trade it out.
b5 or c6 you could do.
Right. Either or.
Yeah. But I don't know if he wants to castle, he'll have there. Now he blocks it with the knight. I don't know. Might take the bishop. No, because the pawn. I don't know what white would do. Maybe white will castle.
Yeah.
Because it looks like they're all the big pieces are going onto that one side of the board.
No, chooses to move his knight. Maybe he's trying to castle on queen side there.
Yeah.
Putting pressure onto that white queen. Gonna either have to take it or move back. Probably going to move back.
Yeah, except he doesn't want to go too far back with the queen, because
Right.
then he's just back where he started.
Yep.
But he does go back.
Goes back pretty far. There's a long diagonal there to g6, which is unprotected on the side of black and is a check. So I think that might be
Now
what
it's
he's going
protected.
for. Now it's protected.
Yeah, and if black moves the rook to the left anymore, then the queen can go there and can kind of trap that rook.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna move to that rook, since there's like nowhere to go except those 3 different spaces.
White choosing to move his white rook, removing any possibility of castling on that side, but is going to put the queen in danger and instead forks the bishop. Is he going to go for this trade?
Well, he didn't put the
Or
queen in
not-
danger.
yeah,
That's why I
yeah,
don't know why he moved. Because, yeah, he's still protecting the bishop, but there's no danger to the
That's
queen.
true. That's true.
Because, yeah, rook takes bishop, and then he can just take it right
Yeah,
back, and nothing
yeah.
can get him.
You're right.
So maybe
So-
he's just trying to get in a position.
Moving the
Oh.
queen up.
Now he's probably gonna. I have a feeling he's probably gonna move the a7 pawn. Yep, right there. So
Mhm.
now he's double protecting.
Yeah, I have a feeling that white hero is going in for a queen trade. Queen take bishop, and then queen take queen, and then rook take queen.
Yeah. Now the question is white gonna move the pawn up to c4 to pressure that bishop even more?
I think so, because at that point, that's a very dead bishop, and we're going to see a bloodbath here
Yeah.
pretty soon,
Well,
I think.
if he does that, then he can move the queen and take the pawn up at b7.
Mm-hmm.
Then the queen's gonna probably take queen, and then he takes it with rook.
Right,
There's no stopping that, which he decides to move his king up instead.
That's an interesting move.
I don't know why you would move it up if you didn't have to.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, there's that bishop pressure or blocking the.
Going for the castle. He just
There.
really wants white to initiate this here.
Yeah, he's trying to get white to make a wrong move, and then he.
Yeah, this is just so close here. Absolute. It's going to break into an absolute slaughter in just a moment. I'm assure you.
And now, he decides to just block that pawn instead of taking it, which
Mm-hmm.
might be
Now
a
he
good
can en
decision.
passant,
Yeah.
but or he could just take the other pawn, either or.
Instead, he moves the queen.
Mm.
Well, right there, actually, he can move the queen, take the knight at e7.
That's true. That's true.
Nothing can take him.
But I'd expect black here to maybe move that rook or move the queen to protect the knight.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he'll move the queen because
Right.
he wants that double protection on
Mhm.
that bishop because there's the rook down below still.
Right.
So he'll either move the knight or he'll
Move the rook
Or
up
he'll
to
probably move the
F7.
rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he moves the knight and he takes the rook, but
Yep.
he'll still get the queen.
Right. We'll just have to see what he does here. We see that black here has a big time advantage with almost 1:30 up on white here. White's gonna have to start moving a bit quicker, or he'll come in danger of running out of time.
Yeah, well, the good thing about the other person having this much time and taking time is you can think. So,
Mhm.
like, white has all this time right now that they can think on what they want to do next.
Right. Right. It's very true. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see how black chooses to respond to this. Again, he's really just playing passively here, waiting for white to initiate this fight. Yeah, moves the rook there to protect the knight from that queen. See
Yeah.
how white responds to that.
I'm wondering if white will move the e3 pawn up or not.
Mm.
Oh,
Computer does not like that move very much.
no.
He's moving the queen, still protecting the
Bishop.
though. Yeah.
Which I think he's not going to unprotect that bishop unless he absolutely has to, I have a feeling.
Right. Right.
But now the pawn and bishop are pressuring the knight. So now, is he going to move the knight then?
That's what I would do. But yep, there it
Oh,
is.
Yeah.
And now he's pressuring the queen too.
But he unprotects his bishop. He just blocked the queen from protecting that bishop to double.
That's true. That's true.
So now
but
he
that
can-
queen has to move now. Queen has to
Yeah.
do something, or else that's a dead queen.
See, what I would have done with that knight is I would have moved it to g6 because you can do so much more, I feel like.
Yeah, that's
you
a good
could
point.
get the pawn at h4, then you could protect it and go down to f3. But then it would be trade, yeah.
Right. Right. Queen's gonna move out of danger here.
Still protecting the bishop, though.
Right. Right.
Or white's protecting his bishop.
Yeah. Right. Yes.
So now if queen takes it, he can take it. Now they're starting to catch up on time.
Oh, and the computer
Ooh.
did not like that one very much. Bishop moves down there. Collects that. Was it a knight?
I didn't. Yeah,
Okay.
it looked like it was a knight.
Maybe it was a pawn. I'm not sure. Collects a piece.
Yeah.
Either way, and now has a slight material advantage for white here.
But he's also pressuring b1 rook.
Right. Right. Eric's got to move.
Yeah.
And he's blocking one of the main escape routes for that king. He gets pressured from the other path. Whoa. Well, we're just going to have to see how black handles this. Only 1:56 left on the clock for white here. He's going to have to start moving fast. And that is when you see some of your best, or some of your worst blunders, is when you start moving without thinking.
And now, if I were black, I would probably do, since I see the time going down, I'd probably do a little bit less still thinking on
Right.
my move, but doing a little bit less to run his clock down and not
Right.
giving him that think time.
Right, exactly. That's what I do too. Just run the clock down, not let him.
'Cause
Don't give him time to breathe. Moving that rook out, pressuring that pawn a bit, pressuring that
Ooh,
king behind him
I
too.
bet he's gonna move that pawn, pawn takes pawn, trying to get queen to take the pawn. Oh, but now he pressures queen, moves pawn, pressures queen. So queen's gonna have to move. Oh,
Or not offering up a queen for queen trade.
but no, it's a check, so he couldn't do
True,
queen for queen.
true. Well, I mean,
But
yeah,
now
and
it's, he
that's
takes
queen,
it.
and
Oh,
that's
there's
yeah,
queen,
queen for
yep.
queen. That's what I meant.
But now if white can take that pawn back with no repercussion if he really wants to get rid of that pawn since it's so close.
Hmm. And speaking of pawns that are so close to the edge, there, I mean that white pawn there is dangerously close, but
It's-
the rook is holding it. So if it goes and gets promoted, then that rook will kill
Well,
it immediately.
yeah, there's 2 rooks, so he
Right.
can take. If I were him, I'd probably move that rook anyway because he's gonna lose a rook, but he'll take whatever's there. But still,
Right.
he's down 1 rook,
Hmm.
which it's interesting seeing how he barely moved any of the pawns. White has barely moved his pawns down below.
Right. Yeah. Only that one that he's just made gain all of the ground in the world there.
Yeah. Which, and right now, too, if I were white, I'd be looking at what I want to do. Because the time's running out. They're catching up to each other on time. And whoever takes longer is going to lose their time. Oh, moves it there. So then,
Is he gonna go for the rook trade? Probably not. He wants that rook
No.
to protect. But
well, he does.
he does. Interesting.
But now what's the point? He can't go. Now he just takes it. Yeah.
And
oh,
it gets traded out
there.
by bishop.
Yep.
Sure, but
But I don't see the
yeah.
too
I mean-
much of an upside except
Mhm.
for getting rid of 2 rooks.
Right.
I mean, but now
Now
you're
white
down
does
to
have
1.
a pretty good material advantage. He's got 1 extra pawn and 1 extra rook as well, which puts him up quite a bit. And we can see the computer is definitely favoring him in this match here.
And now white's starting to move his stuff or
Mhm.
his knight. It looks like now he's going on the offense.
Right. Now that he's cleared the board somewhat, he's
Yeah.
preparing for battle.
Maybe he's just got in a groove now.
Yeah. Yeah. That one play there was really what he needed to kickstart his game. And now it's
No, yeah. So
now
I have a
things are getting
feeling he's
rough.
going to move the knight, or not the knight,
The
rook up. Oh, he didn't.
No.
Oh, because king was there pressuring, but still.
Mhm.
If he moves the knight or the rook up, then he has to block it with the knight or move the king up.
Yeah.
And if he blocks it with knight, he loses a knight anyway, and he can't.
Instead chooses to move the king up.
Oh, I don't know how smart it is to keep moving your king up.
Yeah, I know. I mean, normally the strategy is to keep your king in the back, right? Like-
Yeah, or at least in a part, like a quadrant or something even.
Right. Yeah.
Because now his king is going to the middle, which unless he's trying to keep the king from having the so now he can't take the rook. That's what he's doing.
I see.
He's protecting
what
the
he was
rook
doing.
now.
Knight trade? No, he doesn't see the pawn, I don't think.
No, but now he moves the pawn there. Yep. But
Oof.
now
15 seconds left on the clock. This could be a death by time here. And we're just seeing black just
he's
move as
just
fast
going
as he
fast. Yeah, he's but now he's thinking, which
can. Yeah, he does not. White here does not have the time.
I don't.
7.
And he moves. Oh.
He's got so many pieces more. But
Okay, and now he's gonna take
Yep,
that
okay.
pawn. Oh, yeah, but there's a
Yeah.
pre-move. Okay, now they're going fast. Yeah, I don't think there's any way white's winning.
Mhm.
I think white's gonna lose by time.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, but that's 2.2. Oh, draw.
wow. Draw by stalemate.
Now, if I were white, I'd be happy for that.
Yeah, completely. That was an absolutely crazy game there at the end when both players were just tuk, 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 tuk. It was just, my gosh, the clock's running down. And since it is a draw, we are going to be going into another game. And this is a best of 2 now that we're in the semifinals. So there still could be another 3 games after that one. But what
Well,
a
it's
game.
best of 3.
Well, yeah, best
But
of
he
3.
has to win 2, so.
Right.
Yeah, that was. I think that was a good move for White there to draw it because he didn't lose on time. If you
Right.
paid attention, he was seconds away from losing that.
He was like 2.6 seconds, I think.
Yeah, and I don't know if White did that on purpose, but
Yeah.
that's not. I don't think that's a loss.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. He didn't win, but that's definitely a win for White there.
He stayed in. He didn't
Right.
knock himself out, or he's
Exactly.
not down a game.
Yeah. That was really important for him there. And I'm sure he was sweating his absolute crazy sweat there. But
Now interesting part to see is now that they've played each other and know what each other do for the most part, what's the next game going to look like? Is it going to be fast paced? Are they going to think?
yeah, I think that White there, I think it was Matthew, is going to be playing a bit quicker now because he just doesn't want that time to get that low again. So I feel like he might end up making a blunder because he's so scared of that.
Yeah, and he might go on the offensive now. Maybe that's why he was going
Right.
on the defensive in the first, is to see who his opponent was. But yeah, if he goes, I will bet that he's probably going to go a little bit more on the offensive now that he knows what his opponent probably wants to do.
Right. And but gosh, that was a really close game. That was a really close one the entire way through.
I totally thought time was going to run out on that.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, any other outtakes from that last game there?
Not
Any-
besides I'm amazed that it didn't run out on time.
Yeah, I'm just. I mean, you can see we're just repeating the same line over and over.
Yeah.
We're both just so starstruck. But we will get back with this game after a short break. So we'll see you guys soon. And welcome back. We are back and in the game. Here we go. Starting off pretty similar to last time. This might actually be the exact same opening as we had as last game.
No, he moved his knight out. Last time I think he leave that knight back
Right,
until the
right,
end.
that's
but
right.
it's pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
I think he moved that out to kind of block it from that queen if he moves his queen out. But now he moves his.
And this time, SJP Matthew is black, whereas RAHS is white here. So, bit of reversal.
Yeah, which it's... no, it's not actually.
Oh, no, it's not. Yeah,
no,
you're right.
the board's just flipped for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, okay, okay.
So, they're the
Alright.
same colors.
Same colors, just different orientation.
Be interesting to see what happens then.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Might move that queen up. There's that diagonal straight into early check there.
Yeah, except the thing though with that is then he can block that with the knight or the queen, which then
Or the pawn.
yeah, I don't think he's gonna want to take those then if he tries blocking.
Yeah,
So
just
that would just be a wasted move.
true. That's true. Yeah. Black here has a little bit of advantage when it comes to the mid control. And we definitely see that the computer is favoring him a little bit here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's starting to look like last time with the mid control that it looks like he's starting that trap in the middle.
And white just not playing aggressively. Like he did last time. And we're already seeing he's a minute behind on time. This is
But
just
he
gonna be a
does
repeat.
castle right away.
He does castle right away. That was one of the things that really cost him last game, I believe.
Yeah, he had all that open space and didn't have the protection to the king.
Yeah.
Which now, but now he's moving all the stuff there, which I don't know if he would want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's one wrong move and he's stuck.
Yeah. What are you expecting to see here out of black?
Black, I think black's going to be about the same aggression. Probably going to go more for taking pieces because he knows that he thinks longer. So he's probably going to try to run the time down again. I mean, as you can tell.
Yeah, already. Less over a minute on the time deficit there.
Yeah, so I think he's just going to try to
And
go.
black, just not giving him that time to think. I mean, you're seeing this, like...
Which, in black's case, that's kind of smart.
Yeah.
Because then black can think during white's time, which white takes a lot of time to do because he doesn't give him time.
Right, right. And, yeah, I mean... at this point, black is inside his head.
Yeah.
Like, he is winning the mind games right now, I say.
Now, the thing that I'm surprised is white has not moved his queen at all yet.
It's true, it's true.
Which last time he was moving his queen all over the place.
Mm-hmm. I remember that, yeah.
Ooh, but now... Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so he takes that and then...
First blood.
Yep.
Yeah. Black here with a slight piece advantage with that extra pawn, but it's close. Except for in time where it's getting close to 2 minutes behind now. Black, I mean, just not letting up. This could be a very quick game here.
Yeah,
just
well, the
due to
hard
time.
thing with where they are right now, if black wants to take a piece, it's gonna trade.
Right, no matter what
So-
he does.
Yeah, so I think black's best bet is just gonna move and try not to take a piece until he can for sure get it.
That's very true. That's very true.
But now queen came down. Queen looks like it's trying to pressure the knight, which I don't know if he'll want to move it because the pawn's protecting knight.
Right,
So
yep.
he doesn't have to move it.
And now this is the first time that we're really seeing black have to take some time to think on his own time instead of on his opponent's.
And it would be interesting to see if he's taking the same amount of time. We just won't notice. 'Cause-
Yeah, I'd imagine he is. I mean, his opponent is giving him plenty of time.
I mean, we're
think
almost
there.
at 3 minutes.
Yeah.
6:35 versus 8:25.
Yeah, I mean, and
Now he's backing up the queen for some reason. Oh, I wonder if he's going to try to take that pawn.
I think he might, but at the same time,
But he has.
yeah,
There's 3 there to 2.
that would be a weird
Oh, but
trade.
there's the knight, so it'd be queen to pawn, and then bishop would take that.
I see
Knight
that, I
or
see
rook
that.
could take it, and then queen. And he ends. If they keep doing that, he'll end up. They'll both lose a queen, but white's advantage, black won't have a queen, which.
Right.
Well-
Black there took a lot of time to think. I think he was thinking through the exact same steps that you and I were
Yeah.
here. Yep, there it
There
is.
it
There it
is,
is.
yep,
There it is.
And now he's good. If he trades, he's.
He's
Oh,
trading
yep.
it. Alrighty. Alrighty.
Which, plus side for that, for each one, the opponent doesn't have a queen. Downside, they don't have their own queen.
Mm-hmm. It's very true. And white here is able to even up that time limit a bit more. And the pieces are exactly the same. Pawn, bishop, knight, and queen on both sides here.
So now it looks like he just moved his knight to protect that pawn. Because if the rook or knight takes it... Oh, I bet because the knight can take the d5 pawn, put him in check. Then he would take it with the bishop. Rook would take bishop, and now he's protecting it.
Right, right. Now he'd make that a net win for himself.
But
Instead,
it's still
choosing
check.
to move it down, that is a check, and the knight is protected by the pawn. There
And
it is. Okay.
Yep.
Pawn choosing to, or king choosing to move out of there. Just kind of getting backed up into a corner here.
Yeah. Now the interesting part is how the pawns are still back on black this time.
Right,
It's almost like they switched roles pawn-wise.
right.
Pawn game.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Okay, so
Nice trade.
yep. Well, for white, I don't
Right,
know if it
yeah.
was for black. I don't know if black just didn't see it or what.
Right, right.
I don't know. Yeah, because now black's down to just pawns and 2 rooks.
Yeah, and
Then again,
so is white. Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
But white is more all over the board. Black, if you look on the left side of the screen or of the board, he has that V. So whenever one of them gets taken, he can there. So now, but he does that instead. I thought he would have took it with the pawn.
There it
So
is.
now he's gonna take it.
There it is.
What?
What?
No,
That-
Well, now it's pawn to pawn.
Oof, this is a weird, weird game.
But now he's moving his king over, so the pawn can't go all the way down. Yep. But now he can't take it. So pawns and kings probably aren't... The 2 pawns in the middle and the 2 kings probably aren't going to move.
Right.
But now it's hard because he's going to have... Black's going to have to move his pawns, and no matter where he moves, they're going to be taken. Like right there. So now black moves, get taken. Now, yep, does that. So they're trading. But now... Yep.
Now those 2 white pawns on the side are free to move.
I think that rook trade was not the best idea.
Yeah, not for black at least.
No,
Moves
for
up,
white,
gets taken.
Because now he moves up, he's gonna lose his pawn 100%. The
Yeah.
h4, he's gonna.
There's no way either of these 2
No.
can make it here, and that's going to be a pawn promo.
Yeah. Well, the thing about he had the V, he had a perfect V where the pawns would just overlap and take that. The white wouldn't have had a rook, black would have had his rook still.
Right, right.
But now it's queen and pawns versus king.
But unfortunately, I think he's probably going to try and get another promo. I think that's going to be his best move here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any way black's gonna win this except for time,
Right.
which might be. Actually, I don't know. It's 4:24. That's a lot of time to
Yeah.
try to spare.
Yeah, and especially when your opponent has four pawns.
And
There it
there's
is.
checkmate.
That's checkmate.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. And that was RAHS, correct?
Yeah, I believe.
No, it was Matthew. Never
Matthew,
mind.
okay.
That was Matthew. Well, that was a very intense game.
Yeah, well, and
Very intense game.
like we said last time or on the game before, I think he was just trying to feel who his opponent was.
Yeah.
Since it's best out of 3, he has that extra match to try to figure out who his opponent is,
That's true.
and he was more aggressive this time.
Now they both know each other pretty well and they know how they play.
Yeah.
But really, in the end game there, Matthew is able to just smash it out of the ballpark. And speaking of smashing it out of the ballpark, as a proud sponsor of MNVL, the Minnesota Twins would love to see you at Target Field. That's why during every MNVL live stream, we will be giving away a set of 4 tickets for a future 2022 game with some restrictions. If you want to enter the giveaway, make sure to go on the A stream. That's Halo, I believe, right now. The A stream on twitch.com or Twitch TV and type #GoTwins in the chat, and you'll be automatically entered for a free giveaway.
That sounds fun. I kind of want to do that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some crazy wins in the past. I remember one time the team who had just won the game, one of the members entered the giveaway, and they also won the tickets. So they decided to take their entire team out to a Twins game.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's always it's really funny. It sometimes feels almost scripted, but I swear it's not. But
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure we use unbiased.
As far as
methods.
you know.
As far as I know, I'm not on the production core, but really, what a good game.
And
And we're heading into our second one here. What are your predictions
third
for this?
one,
Or
actually.
third one, rather.
Oh, so it looks like they already started a little bit early.
Right.
I think this one's gonna be interesting because. Oh, let's see.
Takes the trade early. First blood there.
They did switch colors. It looks like this time.
Right.
And now he did bring his queen out right away,
Right.
which is different than all the other times.
Right, yeah. This time, SJP is black instead of white, which he was both times before, and RHS is white instead of black, which he was both times before.
And
So
it looks like black is pressuring the middle, taking
Right.
control. Yep, right
Yep.
there.
that's the pawn there. I wonder what the computer said that was a bad move. I wonder why that is.
I don't know.
Computer can be
know.
weird sometimes. I've noticed. It just.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was a pretty solid move there. Might see. No, that'd be a stupid move. Never
No,
mind.
there wouldn't have been any better move that wouldn't
Mhm.
have been. Yeah, I don't know what move would have been better
Right.
unless the
Moving. Rook or
knight
back. Sorry,
knight to g3, pressuring that pawn.
F. Oh yeah.
Yeah, which I don't know if he'll want to.
I mean, G3 is being covered by the other pawn, so I don't know
Yeah,
why he'd do
which
that.
yeah, and maybe he's just trying to get it out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's the pawn. Yeah, so I'm wondering if he'll try to take it pawn for pawn
Yeah,
just to get that. Yeah,
I think he might. That would be my.
but if he does that, then it's pawn for
Yep.
pawn for another pawn. I'm assuming right there.
Pawn for pawn, I think, unless he doesn't take this trade. He might take it with the knight, because that would be setting him up
For the
queen
queen.
as well. Yeah.
But he can't do that because then it'll open him up for checks. So that's an illegal move.
Oh, that's true.
So,
yeah, you're right.
I'm wondering if that's what Black's thinking is. Black knows he can't do that,
Mm-hmm.
so it's just pawn for pawn. Oh, but he can also. So
Ah.
now he can do it
So now he's able to.
because yeah. So now he's able to take that pawn with the knight, pressure the queen,
Right.
and it
Right.
doesn't look like if he would do that, anything could take that knight then.
Mm-hmm. Queen would just have
Oh.
to run away.
But no, now he blocked it. So if knight goes there, queen's unprotected, and the rook can just go down and take that queen. Except for the two
true.
rooks, but still, I think that would be a win,
I mean, that would be a rook for queen trade.
which I
Moving queen out of the
probably
way
would
here.
take. Yep. Which was a good move, except for now,
Now that's a dead
Done.
knight, probably.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
I would probably have moved the queen to e2 just to keep that knight protected.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because now, queen can take the bishop at b2, no problem. If you wrote and then take, can just take whatever over there. Oh, but rook moves,
Wow.
and now, yeah,
Computer is, I mean, black here has a huge piece advantage, +8. Brings it down to +3, though, with that rook.
no, white has a
Or-
piece advantage.
No, black does. Black has more white pieces.
Oh, yep. Sorry, I'm reading that wrong.
Yeah, no. 8 piece advantage there. That's, you don't love to see that if
and
you're
and
white
they
here.
both have queens too, so it's
They
not
both
like
still have
there's a
queens.
queen.
Mm-hmm.
But now queen's all the way over there, or both queens are in the
Right. Yeah.
backfield, if you want to say. So now, if I were black queen, I would probably take the a2 pawn, and probably the same for the white queen is take that a7. There's nothing blocking. Get rid of that one pawn.
Right. Right. And I mean, yeah.
But instead he goes there.
Interesting. Interesting. And looking on the board, I mean, on black side, he's got both knights. He's got one rook, and he's got a bishop and a queen.
But the thing though
And white
is
is so far behind.
the king only has 3 spots to go.
True, that is true. If he's pressured, from behind by that queen there, then that could be dangerous for him.
Yeah, because that queen can just go to that d8 spot, and then king only has 2 spots to go, and it's down. So that's not ideal when
Right,
you have this much
right.
pieces, is to move your king so much.
Or is he going to go? I mean, he's putting a little bit of pressure on that a2 pawn there.
Yeah,
Just trying to prolong the queen play up there.
I think he's trying to get. Oh wait, I think that a2 pawn is. Oh, but he doesn't. I think that a2 would probably wanted to take that pawn because
Yeah,
of how
I'm
close
with you.
it is.
I'm with you.
Because it'd be a pawn for pawn, which isn't that big of a deal. But now he's gonna lose a pawn and then he's gonna go down.
Right, he's lost that pawn,
Yeah.
and now
Now he's gonna go down, take that.
take
Probably-
the promo, and
Yeah, probably
gonna
get a
get
queen.
hit by the rook though.
Yeah, but
But
then he
at that
can
point-
take it with the other queen.
Yeah, at that point, there's nothing that white
Oh,
can do
but
here.
now he opened up more, so he put him in. White put him in check, blocked it with the knight.
Hmm.
Now, okay, so what's white gonna do? White, I don't know. White might just take the.
I mean, there's a chance that white moves down to a d4 here with his queen.
Yeah. What? I don't know if he wants to go d4 because that would be a queen for queen.
Right, right.
He might want to keep his queen.
Yeah, but it would be putting. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't even be a queen for queen
No.
if. Yeah, there's not really much that white can do here. This is.
White might just
Looking
want
rough.
to move that h3 pawn just up and try to move his pawns up because, yeah, there's not much he can do.
Hmm.
And he still has that bishop there blocking. Oh, but he moves the rook instead.
Well, that's a really weird move.
Yeah, because now black's probably going to move down, get
Gets
a
that
queen.
promo.
Yep.
There's
And
that.
now he's trapped.
Hmm.
He has to end up moving a pawn somehow and getting out in time.
Yeah.
Which, if I were black, I'd probably move the b2 pawn, take
B2
the
queen.
or b2 queen, take the f2 pawn. You can just back and take all those. Oh,
Mhm.
but instead goes up.
This is a very unusual game.
Yeah. So right now, though, the hard thing is the white king's stuck, can't move anywhere,
Right, right.
and there's no way he's gonna move.
Honestly, black might go here for another.
Oh.
Oh no!
Wow.
Wow, blunders one of those queens, but has another to fall back on. Might try and get another promo here though.
Yeah. Now the hard thing though is it looks like last time for white at least, where he just has pawns and a queen, but he also has a bishop,
Right.
but he only has 3 pawns.
Right, he's only got those 3 pawns, and at this point, there's no way he can get any of them to a promo unless he can really clean up there with that queen.
Yeah, and I don't think black's gonna move that rook, because that rook's protecting that knight. Or no, actually, the knights are protecting each other, so he could move that rook if he really wanted to, black.
True. His rook is free, that queen is free, and then you've got that a7 pawn, which if he really wanted to, he could try and get a promo on. It's got nothing even close to it.
Yeah.
But that would be a long-term investment.
I think he's might keep the queen down there even, just so the king can't move down.
Hmm.
He'll have to move up into all the pieces.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the smart choice.
But right now, Black's actually taking the time. I don't think we've seen that where he's down on time.
Well, I mean, black here is white the last game.
Oh yeah,
so.
okay. So confusing when they switch colors.
Yeah, I know. Always gets me sometimes. That was a really confusing sentence. I apologize.
Yeah. So
yeah.
now, the question is he gonna take it or is he gonna move? Oh, he can't take it.
Yeah, if he takes that, then he's in check.
Yeah. So
And if he doesn't take it,
oh,
then he's also in trouble.
well, if he were to move up, yeah.
Yeah. Now he might take that pawn. There.
He might. Yeah, he might take the. It's gonna probably be a pawn for pawn trade.
Right, and then the rook comes down.
Yep. Makes
that's
that.
mate.
No, it won't be
No,
mate.
not mate, not quite.
But it would be pretty close. So now if
Mhm.
pawn takes that, rook goes down. And then king only has one spot to go.
Right.
And then he could go easily mate. Yep.
Yep.
There. But now he has to figure out how to protect the rook. But he does that. Oh, so he moves it so pawn protects.
Gonna move back. Yep.
Now he might want to move the knight.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you move the knight that's in e7 right now.
Oh, but instead he does that. Which now king's probably, yep, gonna go down.
Move rook across. There it is. Gonna go down
Okay,
further.
now it's a checkmate.
Now it's mate.
Or no, it's not.
Not-
Would it? Yeah.
Yeah, now it's mate. That's
No, because of
is
the
it
he
not?
can block it with the queen and bishop.
That's true. He can.
But that, yeah. So, and now he doesn't want to take that because he loses his queen.
Right. Right.
Oh, but, huh?
What
So
was
he
that?
It looks like, yeah, what? That,
Getting that out of the way. So.
well, now that's chat. Okay. I'm really confused on what that
That
move
was strange.
I wonder if he thought he had something.
Mm-hmm.
If he forgot that it wasn't covered.
Back and check. I feel like he's got to go for a promo here.
Yeah.
'Cause it's just always super annoying to try and checkmate with only knights and a queen.
Yeah. And, yep.
Yep. All right.
You see
Gonna go
that?
for the promo.
I don't know if that was the
Probably.
best move, though, for black. I mean, yes, black got rid of the white's pieces, but it's down to a knight and pawns. Oh, but
Knight.
now it's pawn, knight versus king. So
Yeah.
now he's going to get... Yep. So, oh. I thought he would have moved queen up to
Yeah.
e8.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah. e6, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting seeing a king on the other side of the board.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know that I've personally ever experienced that before.
I mean, when we're kids and don't know what we're doing, we probably have.
Right. That's true.
When we think the king's awesome.
King best piece. Nerf king.
So he's just trapping him in the corner now.
Right. Right.
I have a feeling he's going to move the king. Oh, he moves the knight instead. He's good. Yep. Almost. There it is.
There it is. That is going to be a very clean second game there. I
It-
mean, it got a little bit scrappy in that midsection there. There's kind of a bit of a bloodbath there. But SJP Matthew cleans it up with a 2-0 victory. That was an impressive couple of games there.
Yeah, the first one too, especially that draw.
Mhm.
I still can't believe that.
Yeah, I know. That was still super fortunate for SJP Matthew there. I mean, that I'm still in awe that he was able to draw that at the very end, but he pulled it off, and then once he knew how his opponent played, he was able to just 1-2 win 2 rounds in quick succession right after that. That was some really clean playing from both players, and I'm very impressed with the level of skill we saw today. What are some of your outtakes from those 2 games?
Yeah, I think they need to. Seems like they're getting the hang on thinking on the other person's time, because it didn't get quite far down on time like the other 2 were.
Right.
But yeah, that was there were some interesting spots in those games.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, that was semifinals, and we will be right back with you for finals after this short break.
I'm fucking sorry.
You're a god. Oh my god,
I'm
you're
so
a god.
sorry. I had to.
Drop me. Knocked one. Flash. Killed another. One. Killed them all dead. Back up. Flash on you.
Is this thing called jazz?
everybody, and welcome back to Minnesota Varsity League State Finals for chess. We got a bit delayed, but we are into the game now and here and ready to play. My name is Aries, and I am joined with my friend Henry here.
Hi.
Yeah, we're into the game here. SJP Matthew versus Apple Valley AP. This is the final match, and I believe it is another 2 out of 3. Yes, it is. All right, take it away.
All right. So, as I'm seeing, perfect. All right, back to the. All right, so I don't really know. I mean, I'm a little behind because we just kind of got thrown straight into it. So, he's moving back that queen probably to take a better defensive position. I don't know. It seems like they're both playing very back and defensive. They're not pushing up too much.
Yeah. One thing I saw out of Matthew, who is white right now, that last time he used that first round really to just feel out his opponent, understand his play style and how to counter it, and I think that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
Doing some more of the same, playing back, letting his opponent come to him and figure out how he plays.
Yeah, a lot of what players like to do is when it's best out of 3, they'll test the opening too. They'll see, hey, what opening do they most like to play for this color, and that way they can the next 2 games after they can, sort of play a counter for that opening, and they can play different openings.
Right, right.
Not too sure what pushing that pawn up did. It didn't seem like it gave him any advantage on the board. It seems very, very even. No one's taken any pieces this game. They're all just playing back and trying to create sort of a defense.
Right. It's definitely feel White is pushing forward a little bit here. He's starting to gain some more ground. Yeah, pushing up just slightly. Computer did not like that move very much.
Not really sure why.
Computer just hates everything.
Yeah, Stockfish or the computer is very sees things that none of the players ever see, and none of the players make the move.
That bishop pin, what's it called? Pinning the knight there.
Yeah. Trying to probably gonna remove that by moving the queen, but he doesn't. Instead, he pushes the pawn forward. Interesting.
Yeah. Could take pawn. That pawn at d4, I believe, is unprotected.
Yeah, taking it with the knight. Stockfish does not like that at all.
Jeez.
Probably seeing something I'm not. Oh, it's the fork with the.
Yeah, there it is.
Pawn,
that was a really good play. That was a really good play. I didn't see that. You didn't see that, but the computer certainly did.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's he gonna sacrifice? The
taking that knight there, trying to remove it, but instead it just trades an extra piece, which will put him even farther behind.
Yeah, not a great play. Chooses. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, knight there, taking out the bishop. And
if I were in his shoes, I would just retreat the bishop or push it forward to g5, just sort of maintaining the position.
Yeah.
Because when you have knights in endgame, it's much harder to play the endgame with knights than it is with bishops.
Yeah. And plus, at g5, you're restricting that queen's movement, but it doesn't matter anymore. That's going to be a dead bishop. And then a dead knight. He didn't see that bishop coming. Jeez.
Whew.
That was a blunder.
Yeah, and that knight was completely unprotected, so it can't be taken back. And that entire diagonal that the king is on is protected by that bishop, so the queen can't do any checking there.
Yeah. That was rough right there. That was...
Both of them trying to advance their positions. Move the knight to f3, attacking the bishop. That bishop is currently hanging, so in order to save that bishop, he's going to either need to retreat it or protect it.
Chooses to retreat, but that that could open a quick check here for the queen. Moves it into the right position here. Doesn't look like he wants to go for it, though. No, never mind. He
There's
does.
a check.
That king is in check.
And if he moves,
going to move it out of the way.
If he moved the queen, if he moved the queen on that square to protect, it could have done some real damage. But ultimately, he didn't. Attacking that queen, really good play.
Yeah, and that rook is covered by the knight and his own queen. So that was a very good strategy there.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on that back rank. That knight attacking that queen there. Ooh,
Wow. Wow.
it's getting dangerous. Not really sure here what Black's gonna do.
I mean, probably gonna move his queen,
Yeah,
but to where? Can't move it. Can't move it E6. Can't move it F6 either.
most likely her retreat it to F8 just to keep it back there. It's still protecting the queen, but would also potentially open up a pin on the E8 square with the rook forcing the queen to move out.
That's true. That's true. We'll just have to see what he goes for here.
Yeah.
He's running down the clock a bit, almost getting close to a minute
Also
deficit.
moves to get it out. Does decide to move to F8. Looking, threatening that queen again with that knight.
Just going in for it now.
More
I mean,
pressure.
he wants this queen,
He wants it really bad.
but if he, I mean, he's going real aggressive here. He might come out of this
Yeah.
without a knight and nothing to show for it. He could lose that knight.
Or it could be the gamble that wins him the game. We'll see.
Okay, it's a trade because that space is covered by the knight. But I wonder, will Matthew choose to go for it?
Yeah, a trade in this position would be very disadvantageous, but it could be his only option here. He might have been too aggressive.
Right, right. Or he could try and bait that queen into taking the rook, or the knight rather, because then I could get it with the rook. But I
Yeah,
doubt
knight
that
is
he'd fall
covered by
for
the
that.
rook. There's a possibility that he could. Oh, moving the knight and then attacking the rook there. If he does choose to trade queens on this turn, Black would still have the advantage, and now Black can move that rook away.
That's right, but yeah, this is not looking. Things are looking grim for SJP Matthew.
Yeah.
He's down. He's down two bishops, and it's just not looking good.
Yeah.
He's up in time, but that's really the only thing he's got going for him. He's got 3 undeveloped pawns down at his base, and his other 4 pawns are up there. Oh, moves the rook forward, attacking the king.
Yeah.
Bold.
Very bold.
Given
Doesn't
that
seem like
much.
there's much he can do with that rook up there. Even though it is putting it on the back rank, and that can be an advantage, he's also leaving his queen completely open. If Black somehow is able to get his rook on that back rank, that'll be an instant checkmate. The king has nowhere to go. He does open that square to prevent that from happening.
Right, right. But that F2 pawn, if that moves, that could be very deadly because
Yeah.
that C5 bishop is just lying in wait there. And this is coming from me. I'll be honest, I'm not that great at chess, but my vision is very much based on movement. So if you leave a piece alone for a while, I might start to forget about it, and that can be deadly.
Yeah. I definitely have that issue when I've been playing where just it's out or it's on the side of the board and you're not looking at that side.
Yeah.
You're looking at where all the action's going on and suddenly you just get absolutely whooped on that side of the board and can lose pieces.
I think he's going to move this bishop here up to C6 maybe to try and... Oh, wow.
Quick trades
trade
happening.
comes in.
Attacking that rook there.
Both, jeez, for SJP Matthew, he's just got that rook left. Things are not looking great for him.
Yeah.
He's got a promo pawn or something. Yeah, I was going to say we might see AP move that rook move the bishop forward rather, just to try and challenge that space. But that pawn is there now, so it won't work quite as well. Moving the king up a bit.
Possible. Not really much room for that king there. You can see the pawns are protecting all of the squares surrounding that king. He's not going to be able to get much leverage into White's territory.
But now he looks like he's planning on taking out that pawn with bishop, but it is now backed up by the second pawn. There's just nothing he can do.
Yeah, there's not much. Pushing that pawn is a really good move because no matter what happens here, Black's going to come off with an advantage on that left side of the board. whether he pushes it forward and trades happen. Any
Right.
trade for black here is really good. He's up 5, so if he can get the same amount of material and just take it away and just narrow down the
Right,
pieces,
right.
even if it's just to, hey, we trade rooks, then you have your 2 bishops and you can just start taking out the pawns.
That's right. And Matthew is desperately clinging on to whatever piece he has left and just does not want to let it go. But there is not all that much that he can realistically do here. I mean, if he moves this G4 pawn up one more space,
It's possible that check
I mean
could.
that is a check, and that could get something going for him. Might be able to get another check with his rook there and push that king back far enough to
Yeah.
open something up. Yep, that is
There's
what he
the
is going
check.
to do. The check coming in, but
Yeah, just pulling it back. Still not much room here for SJP Matthew. Trying to find a glimmer of hope with any of these pieces. It's
Mhm.
just, yeah.
yeah, there are some plays he could do. He could pull off an en passant onto the F5 pawn, but that wouldn't net him really much of
Yeah.
anything.
All it would do is allow for that bishop to take the pawn
Right.
and black to have control of that that b file.
But as I said, this first game, SJP Matthew was really struggling in his first game last time. He ended up just barely drawing it. But then after he understood.
Oh, and he
loses
goes
his
for the
rook.
trade there. Yeah,
This is rook. This is all over now.
yeah. Black's just gonna run down these pawns. It's
Mhm.
it's essentially over for SJP Matthew.
But as I was saying, SJP Matthew, that first round he played where I was casting him, he was just sort of feeling out his opponent that first round and would have lost it if it hadn't ended in a draw at the last second. So this is sort of feeling like more of the same, where he's just sort of letting this first one go, just like, here you go, first round. I don't care. You can do whatever you want.
And then he'll come back
And
in
then he'll
and
come
just,
back in that second round.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, the computer just has absolutely no favor for white here. There's nothing that SJ
Hey,
could.
mate in 10, 11 now. Oh.
Advancing
He's
that
just
pawn.
running, just doing what he can.
Trying to get that queen off.
But there's no way at this point. He's gonna have to remove that pawn somehow, and at that point, the bishop will just take it as soon as it gets anywhere close.
Right. Although AP has to be very careful here not to stalemate, because as we did see that stalemate from SJP Matthew, we did see that draw.
Right. And what does trigger that stalemate?
The stalemate is triggered when the king, when you have absolutely 0 moves on the board. So if you cannot move one of your pieces, it doesn't matter how much of an advantage the other person has, the game is drawn. So I think he's trying to maneuver into a place here where he's not going to be able to move. You see, if AP decides to advance that pawn, it'll be a stalemate. But I think AP has this here. He's just being very careful to check every move in order to not use that
Right.
stalemate.
And there it is. That is the first game going to go to AVHS AP. And what a game it was. What are your thoughts here?
I don't know. It was really interesting. I mean, we kind of got in there late, so we didn't see some of the early game. But as we did see, SJP Matthew, who did come from behind, after almost losing that first round, and he came back and was able to win and advance on to the finals. So, I mean, it is still anyone's game.
Really, for sure. That was, I mean, it started off pretty close, but once it really started to snowball there for the side of AP. He's the sort of player where you give him an inch and he'll take a mile, and
Yeah.
he really showed some of that today, where he took one piece and then just kept taking more and more and more without giving anything back to Matthew there, and he was having a little bit of trouble there. But again, we've seen this in the past where he loses his first round, and so in this game here, he might see some improvement. AP was the final winner of that last round.
All right, he's attacking that knight up on the back right corner.
Yep. But that knight is protected. Probably won't want to go for the trade here.
Yeah. A lot of players prefer bishops over knight, and I'd assume that AP would be one of them.
Yep, that's me as well. SJP Matthew on white, AP on black. I believe that was the matchup we had last time as well.
Yeah.
All right. So nothing has changed here.
All right.
Things are starting off pretty slow. Both players, again, slowly advancing towards mid, but making sure that they've got a good defense up first.
Yeah.
We've already seen a castle from the side of AP, which is, I don't usually see it this early. Personally,
Yeah,
but
it could be really huge. I believe that's the modern defense. It's one of the one of the openings that I like to play for black the most. It's very defensive and keeps all of your pieces in the back and allows you to wait for the other person to slip up and then take advantage of them.
I see. I see. Well, what are your predictions for the first couple minutes of this game here?
I don't know. I would say that I think that SJP Matthew is gonna come behind here and he's gonna sweep AP here. I'm hoping that we'll get to see that last final bout between the two. 1-1. But I don't know. It is really anyone's game. These are both amazing players, and I mean I had the privilege of playing against both of them this season, and they were both very, very, very good.
Oh,
Ooh.
he is going to go for that trade, trading a rook for a bishop. I don't know if he saw that second rook that was ready to trade him out, because he didn't look ready to take the trade before.
Yeah. I believe that was a knight for the bishop.
Or knight for the bishop, not rook, rather.
Yeah, yeah. So pushing that pawn forward, forking that bishop and knight again,
Wow.
just like we saw last game.
Wow. Again, falling for the same trap twice in a row. You don't love to see it.
Yeah,
This is not good for Matthew.
not
And
looking
he is
too
going
good.
to move his knight out of the way instead of the bishop. That is interesting. As you said earlier, bishops are much more important long game. But
Yeah.
twice now he has sacrificed both of his bishops already. And now
Pushing
and
that queen forward, take that pawn.
does get the pawn, but is still at a 2-point deficit, and the computer is already overwhelmingly in AP's favor. This is going to be a rough game, and Matthew is going to be fighting an uphill battle the entire way if he's got any hope.
Yeah, Matthew does have an opportunity here. If you look on d5, he can check with the queen. And if
Yeah.
anyone goes to, if either his rook or his queen goes to defend that king, he's able to take that with the knight and gain back the 2 points that he lost. So if that rook...
Well, it is important to see d5 is covered by
that is true.
by that knight there. So if he pushes forward, that's a dead queen, and that would
Yeah.
be a very bad move for him to make. But it is no longer covered. This could be
Very
a great
open.
move now. This could be what we see AP go for here, moving that queen up d5.
Yeah, it's also important to remember the king could retreat back into the corner, but
Right. That is a very disadvantageous position to be in.
yeah, king in the corner, it's just the low mobility of the king can always lead to mistakes, especially later game.
Mhm.
That knight is pushing very dangerously into white's territory as well.
Chooses instead to attack the knight while also backing up his pawn. Both pawns that were in danger before.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Knight covered. Oh, wow. Chooses to
Mm.
trade that that bishop for a knight, I believe.
Yes, it was for a knight,
Yeah.
and
Interesting move.
yeah. This is really just. It's interesting. Both of these players are doing their best to let the enemy come to them. Right?
Yeah.
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 Sort of playing back, holding their queens, chilling in the back, and just letting their opponents
Yeah.
come to them.
It-
And it's really a slow play style. That queen is going to be in danger here.
Yeah.
But is that? Yeah, that bishop is covered by AP's queen. So
Yeah. Probably opening that pawn there wasn't the best idea because it allowed this to happen. There's also an opportunity for that bishop to attack the rook on that d-file.
right. Yep.
Moving that queen over to b2, attacking the bishop. Although it doesn't really do anything
Yeah.
since the bishop is
Yeah.
covered.
If that were me, and you can tell me if this would have been a terrible move, I would have tried to move my c3 pawn up to c4.
Yeah, I would say
that
that
would have
that's
blocked the bishop from the queen and also
attacked
the bishop
as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Pushing
yeah.
that pawn forward, not really helpful, but it also doesn't hurt black at all.
Right. Yeah, that's just protecting it a second time. So if AP here, or Matthew rather, if Matthew gets another piece to attack it and ends up trying to go for queen trade, then AP would still be able to come out victorious here because he's got that double protection.
Yeah, and as we know, Matthew received third place in last season's MNVL state tournament, so he
That's right.
wants it really bad. He wants this
That's
first
right.
place.
But things are not looking good for him right now. He's going to have to pull something very good, or on the other side, AP is going to have to blunder something big if Matthew has a chance at winning this.
Attacking that rook, probably not the best move for AP, as the computer doesn't like that, but
But at the same time, he is AP is ahead in materials, so if he pushes forward with this rook and trades it out, he's still ahead.
yeah. SJP Matthew choosing to check that king there.
Probably he's going to have to move back or down. Neither of which are great positions to be with. Where do you think he's going to go?
I would venture that he would move back into the h8, back into the white corner. It would be easier to defend with his queen rather than moving up. Moving up would give more mobility for checking with that knight. You know, you do have that e6. It's currently covered by the queen, but you know, you can always cover that spot with your queen. So he does move back into the corner.
That's yeah, just as you were saying. I think he's gonna keep that queen. Oh, goes for the rook trade.
Yeah, goes
This
for the
is
rook trade.
Interesting.
Never know. He might attack that queen on
With
d1.
with his yeah. Oh.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Taking that rook for the knight, making it piece even again. Although white does not have a position advantage at all.
No.
Yeah.
But it is now even when it comes to materials. I mean, I think that Matthew is up slightly. He's got 2 pawns, 2 rooks. Yeah, no, it's dead even. It's dead even.
It's dead even. Although this could be an advantage when it comes to endgame. Rooks are very, very useful. But as we see, AP does have a knight and a bishop, and that could be very advantageous, especially here, since the rook can't attack that knight on the f file.
Yeah, Matthew only has that rook, whereas AP has both a rook and a bishop left over. And they both do have their queens, which, of course, cannot be forgotten about. So
Yeah. Queens can be very, very deadly endgame. There's lots of opportunity to blunder there.
we are getting into this endgame here.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming down to the wire. I mean, AP obviously has slight more mobility, considering he has two extra pieces on the field, or not 2 extra pieces, but pieces that have the most mobility.
Honestly, I think we might see out of AP that bishop moved down to c4, just try and attack. Although it's not covered, so that would be a stupid
there's a
move. Never mind.
there's a huge opportunity also to check with the knight on d3. It could it could force that king to move, and then if the king happens to move towards the bishop, there is an opportunity to towards the knight. I mean, there is an opportunity to check by discovery there and have an opportunity to take that.
But he doesn't choose to go for the check. Instead, it looks like he's going to try and take out some of the pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like he's. I mean, with mobility advantage, it's not uncommon for them to just start eliminating pawns. I mean, it starts giving you the advantage in the game and really can open it up.
Pawns at this point are the only thing that could really that could really win this for Matthew, unless he's able to pull something off well with his queen and king. Ooh, computer does not like that queen moving back to protect that pawn. Knight is probably going to go up to c5, gonna kill that pawn and attack the queen. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's not much room here for SJP Matthew.
No, instead chooses to move that queen down into check with king.
That is an excellent move. That knight is protecting that queen. There is almost nowhere that king can go. It's going to be a forced move to b1.
Right.
Yeah, that knight, again, checks.
Knight's going to check. And King might have to go into that. King has to go into that corner.
Yeah, he'll be forced to move that corner,
And
or
at
he
that
loses his
point-
queen.
And at that point, you just move that queen down. Oh no, it is protected by the rook. I didn't see
Yeah.
that. I did not see that.
If he can try and force that rook into that F1 square, he could take it out with the bishop and then have a pretty easy checkmate.
Right. He could try and move that bishop to d3 there, just block any hope of escape.
Yeah. Or
and then check with the knight.
yeah,
But
if he moves that bishop to a4, he attacks the queen. That bishop would then be protected by the knight, possibly
yeah.
forcing his queen out, and to stop protecting that pawn on a2, because if somehow somehow AP is able to get that queen on that pawn, that will be checkmate and that will be game over. Granted, it is not protected by the queen.
Right. That's right.
Both taking a lot of time to think,
Mm-hmm.
really considering all of their possibilities.
Chooses to move that knight to attack the rook instead.
Yeah.
That rook is definitely the biggest issue right now to deal with.
Yeah, rook
moves it over.
attacking AP's queen.
Let's see how he responds to that. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I'm assuming that queen will probably be moved out and away, maybe to a5. Keep the pressure on him on that a2 pawn. But
Yeah.
if he cannot stand that d file, so he has to move diagonally. He has to move diagonally to the left. And the only safe space he can go without anything taking him out is that a5. He could
Right.
also choose to move to c3, in which
Try and get a trade there.
yeah, the knight's protecting that queen, which
That
he does
is what
choose.
he chose to do. Interesting. Will Matthew go for the trade though? My bet is no, but he might.
Yeah. I don't know if AP would really. I mean, there's a lot of pressure down there. If maybe a trade would actually be disadvantageous to him, but it looks like he's willing to offer, and he's
Yeah, and
Yeah.
there it is. That's the
there.
trade.
It is. And since AP's up 2 points, he's getting that check on.
To attack the king with that rook there.
Yeah, starting to get aggressive now as we approach the late endgame.
Bit of a last ditch effort coming through with that rook.
Yeah.
That's leaving his king almost defenseless there.
Yeah, this could be pretty bad.
Yeah, you move that knight to the right spot. And then-
Protects that pawn. I would, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's still very close, but the clear advantage is to AP.
Oh no!
Oh, he
That's the
blunders
rook.
the rook.
Oh no! And
Oh.
that's
Yeah.
gonna be game right there. That's it. That's gonna be it.
AP having complete control over the board, just running down these pawns one by one, taking him off the board. With a rook and a knight and all of his pawns left, he's just gonna have to walk these pawns all the way to the finish line.
Yeah.
Look at the king. Yeah.
That was such an unfortunate blunder right
Yeah,
there.
SJP Matthew. Very unfortunate.
What a shame.
There is a possibility that he could run down AP for time, but with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the board, this is
Not
it's
gonna happen.
yeah.
It's just not.
it's too much time. There it is, and that is almost a guaranteed
Yeah.
promotion from AP here, finishing up that last leg of the game. Gonna check with that queen once he gets it up and going.
Doesn't choose to promote the
Interesting.
pawn. Instead, chooses to move the bishop forward. Just like playing with his food at this point.
Probably.
This point now, probably going to force that king out of around that pawn so we can get another
Yeah.
one just to secure that
Checking
victory
there.
even more.
Probably gonna check on G4 here with that queen, just restricting the mobility even more, and then
Is G4 covered?
G4. Oh no, it is not.
It is not. Yeah.
I'm mixing up the pawn placement in my head.
Instead, just choosing, as I said, to advance that pawn more and more.
This is probably the safest move. It's very easy to check with 2 queens, or to checkmate with 2 queens. It's
Right,
harder
right.
with an assortment of various pieces.
Yeah, and yeah, there it is, and
Yeah.
moving that pawn down, and that's gonna be game
Yeah.
right there. I mean,
2
come on.
queens, moving it down.
GG's. There
Good
it is.
game.
Apple Valley AP going to take it in a neat, clean
Yeah.
2-0 fashion. What are your thoughts there, Henry?
I don't know. I was kind of rooting for SJP Matthews since he's coming in last season winning third, just really wanting that first. Once he got to that once he got to the finals.
That's right. Yeah, he has had a great showing. I mean, if you take a look at the bracket here, pull up the bracket. Yeah, if we take a quick look at the bracket, you can see that he beat some pretty impressive teams.
Yeah, he's had a
or
really
pretty
impressive season as
players, but yeah, it's all AP. I mean, we've seen him do some dominant things. I keep bringing it up, but All Stars, we've seen him in all. I casted for him in All Stars, and he was an absolute destructive force.
Yeah. He was just, I mean, SJP Matthew for sure. He had beaten a lot of really good opponents. I believe in the first match he beat Danny from Orono, and then actually AP went up against his own teammate EJ, and they had a very furious bout between each other with AP just barely pulling through.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an impressive game. I was so glad that we got to cast that. And very shortly, we will have a trophy ceremony and an interview with AP right after this break. We're done. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to MNVL Chess State Finals. Here we are at the trophy ceremony. That was bronze. That was bronze being handed off. I don't know who was third place, unfortunately. No, silver being handed off, rather. Sorry. Silver being handed off to SJP Matthew, and here is #1 in chess and the gold medal being handed off to Apple Valley High School AP. What a dominant season he's had. He's played some great games just earlier today against his own friend from the same school. That was an incredible match indeed, and I mean, what a game. What a day of games it's been. We've had some amazing games, some great upsets. And that last finals match, it was a nail-biter through and through. He really deserves to have won this, and he did a great job. And that is going to be it for Minnesota Varsity League state finals for chess. Had a great season, a great finals, and I look forward to seeing all of you next year. Bye.